members please turn on your videos and microphones? We're live on YouTube now. We'll get started. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment consider applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to the property and permission to extend or alter non-conforming uses, and also consent to survey property to create new lots. And my name is Im Chen. I will be chairing today's meeting. And I also like to introduce our panel members. On my left is Ms. Ann Crawford, and Mr. Sahih Bayat, and Mr. Paul Goss. Sorry, Mr. Philip Goss. Thank you. And also, I would like to acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anasazi, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit, Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants or participants will make the submission in person, and others will participate online through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing might watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have an option to participate via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry, and when the item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. And we also ask you to mute all the other devices until you're called to speak. And those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will only be visible during your 5-minute speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be restated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during the video appearance. And how to receive a copy of the committee's decision? People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. And please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because either the Committee of Adjustment and also the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. And if you do not agree with the decision, you may be able to appeal the decision to the local Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decision. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. The appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. And the following is the hearing procedure. And I will call each item in the order on the agenda. And also when an application is uncontested, The agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. And then the committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. And each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you are reaching your 5 minutes. And any presentations and other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing, and staff and committee members cannot accept material at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks on the matters outlined in the application. And the applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note, the committee might not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee might decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call the people in this room and then we'll move on to online speakers. And committee member may ask each speaker a question after they finish their presentation. And when all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have a chance to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. And this will mark the end of the discussion, and then the application will be taken into committee for a decision. And for this morning's session, I would like to know whether there are minutes of previous meetings to be adopted.
Good morning, Madam Chair. There are no minutes ready for adoption at this time.
Okay. And also I'd like to know from the panel members and also from the staff whether there's some declarations of conflict of interest. No? Okay. And also we'll move for the closing files or withdrawn files. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are no files to be closed this morning.
Okay. And now we can move to whether they'll deal with some deferral requests.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's one request for deferral for this morning, item number 4, municipal address 46 Kerr Road, file number A0301/25TY. We can deal with this item at this time.
Yes. Do we have the agent or the applicant ready for?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and one registered speaker.
Okay. Yeah, item number 4 is 46 Kerr Road. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a deck and stairs. And we received the following materials: a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 28 photographs and cover letters, and a deferral request from the agent, and ALBERTA's report, and also comparable applications, and also encroachment permit number. We also receive communications from engineering, transportation engineering, and staff report from urban forestry, and support of 9 signatures. And we are ready for the agent or the applicant. Thank you.
Ishfaq, keep it unmuted.
Yeah, Ishfaq, you can speak.
Good morning.
Hi. Yes.
Good morning, madam. My name is Ishfaq Ahmed. I am calling, I am representing the 46 Kerr Road, East York.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you give us your name and address, please? Just for a record.
My name is Ishfaq Ahmed.
Okay, your address, please. Your own
Address is 46 Kerr Road.
No, our address.
Our address is 201 Consumers Road.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us why you request a deferral, please?
No, we have not requested deferral.
Oh, are you the agent for item 4, 46 Kerr
Yes.
Road?
Yeah.
Yes.
We never did it.
No, hold on. So we applied last year, and so I'm the designer. We applied last year, but we are no longer wants to continue that file, and when we reapplied this year as well, and we just want the variance of FSI.
Okay, so we have a letter from you. Can the staff bring it up on the first page on our agenda? That there's some issues about the encroachment. You're requesting to for deferral.
No. This is old letter. If you can open the recent letter, cover letter.
Yeah, it's dated April 2025, April 15. It's old already. This one is outdated.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah, it's old.
Yeah. This is the new letter, and we are just asking the variance for FSI.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, then we'll hold this item.
Yes.
And we'll start with number 1.
Okay, so then maybe that's what we're going to do. Then we will hear this item as item number 4. And now, we'll call you back. We'll proceed with item number 1. Thank you. And item number 1 is 85 to 87 GORMLEY Avenue. This is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3-story east side addition with a 7-car integral garage, 4 spaces on the basement and the 3 spaces on the main floor. A rear widened ground floor deck with stairs and a rear second floor covered balcony and a new widened driveway. The existing driveway will be replaced with sod. And we received copy of survey site plan for elevations, 8 photographs and 2 cover letters from the agent, email corresponding from the agent, and also decisions affecting the property, and a list of comparable committee adjustment application and presentation material from the agent. We also received communications from Urban Forestry and received one support from 88 GORMLEY Avenue. And we are ready for the agent or the applicant. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Oh, okay.
Alexander, you've been unmuted.
Oh,
Thank you. Alexander Overholt, speaking on behalf of this application, 1140 to Queensway, Etobicoke.
yes. And you do not have any opposition. I'm going to see. Did you give us your address, your own address?
Yes, 1140 the Queensway.
Sorry, yeah, I lost some attention there. Okay, so I'm going to see whether a panel member wants to have a presentation first. They might have questions. Yeah, we do not need a presentation, but we do have some questions. So please go ahead with your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is related to drawing A10. A10 identifies I believe, I'm not sure which number it is. It's the home, I think, on the south side with the extensive driveway and basement level. Am I correct and this is related to variance number 1, in which you're asking for building depth from 17 meters, which is allowed, but you're asking for 22.36. But the bulk of it at the back of the house is beyond the housing structure on the I think maybe the north side.
Yes, you are correct in your analysis. This extended driveway this garage does contribute to the building depth that we are pursuing here. It is important to note that rear portion, as you can see in the submitted presentation, or if you want to take a look at sheet A16, yeah, you can see that the majority of that projection is actually underneath that rear porch, right? And that rear porch, due to the elevation of the existing first floor, is 3 feet above the established grade. So it is concealed within that massing itself.
Okay, so that's where you want the additional beyond 17 meters. I believe it's
You got it, sir.
22.36.
Exactly so. It's within that. It's within the excavated space of that rear porch. It just helps with the turning radius of the underground garage, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, yeah, please, go ahead, Mr. Goss.
One thing that sort of confused me with this application on the drawings, and maybe I was missing something, and so that's why I'm asking, but the new portion seems to be completely separate from the existing. I don't see any doors between the existing and the new. Is that correct? And if so, maybe explain how this property will be used.
There is, so if you take a look at, I understand the confusion. There is one singular access between the two spaces, essentially, right? If you look at sheet A11, which is the proposed first floor plan, you'll see the existing residence on the right and the proposed garage on the left. There is access from that proposed three-car garage into the residence on the right, essentially. And that's where you bridge the gap between the existing structure and the proposed addition, creating one single residence.
I see. So it is one single residence there. So anyone who's going up to the new living room or the new bedroom above it will walk through that door and then up that separate set of stairs. Is this just intended to be a single family home, and that was the design choice?
Yes, most certainly. It's in speaking with our client and homeowner in the early stages of the design process, due to his expansive multi-generational family that is residing with him, right? Grandparents and of course family. He's just looking to expand the footprint essentially while still maintaining some sort of privacy between the other aspects of other members of his family, right? Because they all have cars and the existing structure was limited to a very tiny one-car garage. With car thefts on the way, they're very anxious about having, proper security for their cars, which is why you see the large garage here. Then the residential space above the proposed garage on the first floor contributes to that sense of desired privacy, you could say.
And how do the cars get from because the garage seems to be two floors, right? How do they get from the one floor to the other floor?
There will be a proposed, like you could say, car lift, essentially, that a car elevator that allows space to go from the garage down to the space below. We're still working out those technical details, and of course, will be inserted within our working drawing package and submission with the building department. We didn't want to put too much detail into, of course, the technicalities of the project until we were certain about our stance with the community of adjustment.
Yeah, no, I recognize that a lot of these questions don't really go to the zoning, but it helps me
understand
what the application is.
It's an odd one. I don't blame you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust me.
I have a couple of questions. Can you tell me, I just assume your new driveway is about what, how wide is it? It's about at the curb cut is
at the curb it's
yeah.
It's about 16 feet.
16 feet, and it's got a little wider near the end, the garage entrance, right? You got like.
Yes, we were initially proposing a straight driveway, which of course would eliminate that softscape variance we have proposed, variance number 3. However, we had preliminary discussions with Urban Forestry before we even started our minor variance application. And exactly, we didn't want to injure the trees as much or remove the tree altogether. So, which is why we have the curved driveway as a zoo.
Yeah, to me, the reason why I asked this question is that I find that because you have two property really, like 2 lots that can merge into one, and the amount of your proposed asphalt driveway, and to me, it's just a lot of asphalt surface from the street point of view, right? So, and also you're a little bit under. I know that it's you're just about just 3% under the soft landscape requirement. I just feel that whether it's too much asphalt, whether you will actually delete, even give a little bit more soft landscaping and delete and remove variance number 3. I would
Well,
yeah.
we definitely performed some studies associated with this, right? Of course, the first study was, can we remove the tree? We want to protect, of course, the existing foliage in the area as much as possible, which is why we have the curved driveway. Now, we did perform some turning radiuses, and it's to ensure that there is no tight, entrance or exiting of the garage space, which the curved shape of the driveway does contribute to. We're unfortunately faced with the size we are now, right? And we look to see if we can reduce it anywhere else, but unfortunately, this is what we're faced with.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's just the width and the length of the driveway. I just feel a little bit too much. But is it possible? Is it this also like asphalt, like a permeable asphalt?
That's something we're happy to consider, of course.
Yes, I think that maybe you'll consider that because I know that there's the impermeable asphalt, but also there's options now that you can install.
We'd be happy to, of course.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
So that's my question. And then you mind if I suggest to put it as a condition is permeable material? You can choose asphalt.
No condition. I am more than supportive of that. That's okay.
Oh, you will put it. I will put it as a condition if I'm going to suggest. You have no comment on that, or you agree to that? Okay.
Yes, I agree to that condition.
Thank you. Yes. Any other questions? Yeah. So we do not have any more questions. Now we're in committee. Please, Mrs.
Thank you, Chair. I'll maybe start off. While this particular application only has, I believe it's three variances that are requested,
Yeah.
my problem is with the first variance number 1. The building depth is excessive. From 17 that's allowed to 22.36. It's a big difference. In addition, when you look at the reason for the depth at the rear of the house, you're literally building a basement underneath the rear garden, which of course affects permeability as well.
Yeah.
And to me, it seems as if this is really a garage that's being added to the existing house. Because when one looks at the street view in Google Map, for example, these were two fairly small-ish homes. They're not substantial properties. So one home is now, for all intents and purposes, a garage for 7 cars, I believe, that extends beyond what is allowed. So I really cannot support this application based on that particular
variance number 1.
Variance number 1. I mean, variance, and of course, what you mentioned about the permeability of the driveway, yeah, that can be remedied with a condition to make sure that it becomes permeable. But the variance number 1 is one that I cannot support. Just think it's excessive.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? Please, Mr. Goss.
I think it is a supportable application, but I take my colleagues' comments into consideration. I think the reason the depth doesn't bother me so much is because on the one hand, it's below ground, so it's not creating a shadowing or massing issue to the neighbors. And on the other, I agree where, these sort of iceberg home type applications, even though it's only a small amount of iceberging, but can be problematic, is in the permeability. But I look at the fact that there's no rear yard soft landscaping variance as a metric for the remaining yard being sufficiently permeable to address that issue. I say this while thinking that it's not actually my favorite proposal. I don't know that the city should be promoting 7 parking spaces. Like, I don't think it's really in keeping with the direction the city is going to have 7 parking spaces in a place like this, or that this development is necessarily contemplated by the direction the city's moving in terms of intensifying these neighborhoods. But I don't see anything in the variances that speaks to that. If we had a variance that was about driveway width or about entry through the front wall, that speaks to the issues that I don't like about this proposal, I'd find that more unsupportable. But if I think of the actual variances, the depth is the largest, and as we said, or as I said, I think it's all right for the reasons I indicated. The FSI, I think, is in keeping with this neighborhood, and the front yard landscaping is only 3%, and they'd agree to a permeability. So I almost find it a supportable application in spite of not finding it incredibly desirable, but I think it meets the 4 tasks.
Yep.
Yeah, I also find that the first variance is too large, so difficulty with it on the minor test. And also sort of official plan and direction when we're talking about achieving this type of variance because of a garage that has 7 cars. So I appreciated the chair's suggestion to make the driveway permeable because that's clearly an issue with the development here. But it does seem to have problems for me with 2 of the tests which we applied.
No, my was only like a suggestion if we were going to approve it. I thought that's the minimum bargain that we can get for the improvement. Yeah, I would not. I'm not in the direction of either way whether we approve. My feeling is actually not feeling. My opinion is that this application is unusual. It's only that you're right. They meet all this. They only have 3 variances because as a result of merging 2 lots into 1. So they will eliminate a lot of fun soft landscaping or a lot of things. Yeah. So I have feeling that after the merge, it's almost become supportive. But on the other hand, I do agree that whether we can question the use of the property, if they want to build 7-car garage, they are allowed to.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what my thing. Although it's not a way decided to me, I don't have 7 cars, and of course it's not the type of development that is typical for the street on the street anyway. Not too many people will merge 2 lots and building this kind of residential. Yeah, so it's not consistent on the street. I don't think. So anyway, so please, yeah.
If I may add another comment, Madam Chair. I don't think at the end of the day, it's not a dispute over how many cars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My concern is that this is excessive depth.
Depth, yeah, you said that.
You can take 6 cars and park them in, stack them up. That's fine, but it should not exceed the depth. And I think the additional depth, because if you look at the purpose, the purpose talks about 4 spaces on the basement level and 3 on the main level. So I'm going to assume that you can actually fit 3 cars on the main level, 3 directly below, without having a 7th one at the back. That would be my assumption on this one. So I can't dispute how many cars you want to park in your, you can turn your bedrooms into garages. That's not my call. I'm looking at the variance, strictly at the variance. And I think the variance is far too great. And, you know, despite the fact that there is no variance for rear yard soft landscaping, the depth of the soil above the rear portion of the garage is probably 2 to 3 feet, maybe a meter, I don't know. But that's, any moisture in that area does not reach the water table. It will be diverted into the public system. And this is a problem with iceberg structures, is that they'll argue that, you know, engineers will come in and will have a tank for water storage or whatever it is. At the end of the day, the sum total of it is that the water does not reach the water table. It ends up in the storm sewer system. So I do have a problem with these iceberg type structures. And I don't think a garage justifies having that structure. And I think it was, as Mr. Ghosh pointed out, it's not the idea of having a space for a car. We increasingly have applications where there's very little room for cars because the city is moving in a direction to minimize the use of vehicles. And here we have a request for facilitating that. So that's why I think I find it very difficult to support this application.
Sounds good. So it sounds like we have, would like to make a motion?
Certainly, I'll move a motion and see where it goes.
Yes.
And so I'd like to move a motion to refuse variance number 1 and not 2 and 3. 2 and 3, I have no concern about. I think they're minor, but variance number 1, I would refuse.
Oh, would that be, is it that you can still proceed with the project?
So you would refuse number 1 and approve 2 and 3?
And approve 2 and 3.
Okay, and maybe if you wanted to approve 3, we should put in Yim's condition? And
if exactly that we can have a condition there.
Through you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. If the motion is to defer item number 1, that also reflects item number 2 because it's floor space index.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little bit hesitant to just say remove variance number 1 because even the applicant himself probably cannot answer whether they can do it without what do you call that, substantial revision.
Although right? I would say the direction that it affects the floor space index would be that we'd be giving them a more permissive than they need for the remaining house after they've removed that depth. So I think it is possible in this case because it's not. Yeah,
what I'm saying that it will have some substantially revised. It will be a different application to make sure that they do not have because if you remove one, the depth is only 17 meters, and I do not think this house will ever fit into a 17-meter depth. That's why it is a different design. So we want I think a clear refusal is better to just remove variance number 1. That's what I'm saying. 17 meters is, and you cut off 5.5 of the 5.36 meters is a lot. A big thing. Yeah, with the motion, I think so. Well, let's see how that goes. Well, yeah, Ms. Crawford, yeah. I think not in this case is that because we sort of requesting them to change, then we ask to defer whether that is we allowed to do that. If you want to come out of committee and answer the application yeah. Yeah. is the this. Yeah, and also the thing is not just about another panel, Philip. I think that also they have the right to design what they want. We cannot just go and request them to change this, change that, and we can refuse it. That's what I'm trying to say. We cannot make a request say that I want you to put this there, put it shorter. That's not the committee adjustment is supposed to do, but we can refuse the application based on what is not minor, right? The variance number 1 is not minor. Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah, because it's not minor. Okay, wait a second. Ms. Crawford, second. All in favor to refuse? 2-1, and I abstain. Just not to have a tie vote, right? Just refuse. Thank you. So we move to item number 2. Item number 2 is 140 WALMER Road. This is to alter the existing rear one-story auxiliary building, which is a studio space, by constructing a complete second-story addition with north side as access staircase. The auxiliary building will be used as will not be used as habitable space. And we have a survey, site plan, floor plans, elevation, 5 photographs, and a cover letter from the AG. We also have a communication from Urban Forestry, and also one support from 146 WALMER Street. We are ready for the agent or applicant.
Madam Chair, we have the agent in line and no registered speakers for this item.
Yes. Okay.
David, you're unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Am I heard?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Simply, the proposal is to add a second story to an existing studio building. One minor point, which is actually a typographical error on the application, which says that the home was purchased in the year 2020, when in fact it's actually 2002. My clients have been there since, 24 years.
Okay. But it's not part of, it's only in the description, right? But when it's not, it's
correct.
Not part of our agenda. So, okay. So there's no, all right, thank you. Yeah.
It is salient in that they have lived there that long, and they have done extensive planting on the property. So there are, I believe, 13 new evergreens and deciduous trees that have been planted. So the proposal is to go straight up from the existing, what was originally a garage, two-car garage, and the only exterior to that footprint is the stair to the second floor, which we are proposing to have a privacy screen. I would note that on the survey and or the site plan that there is a comparable garden suite to the south, which is actually much larger. It's twice as long and closer to the rear property line. And it's also over 1 meter taller than what our proposed height would be. I would say that as well, that the block, in terms of any kind of impact, we're not more than 14 inches higher than the peak of the existing roof for the flat roof of the proposed addition.
Thank you. Any question to? No, I actually have a couple of questions. The current is also a studio. Is it like the owner uses it, or it's been rented out? Is your property zone just residential or mixed use or commercial?
Sorry, Madam Chair, yes, the studio is used by the owner. He's quite a well-known artist in the neighborhood and in the city.
Yes.
And has had shows of his work, particularly in the neighborhood, and galleries around the city. He does multimedia sort of situations, so that the purpose of the ground floor studio is for the larger works, and when the smaller works would happen, they would, because they would interfere with the space. He just simply wanted to not take up yard space with any kind of addition for that, especially since they'd spent so much time planting the trees and organizing their outdoor space.
Yeah,
so it's just a...
That's not my question. I understand. I think that it is, I mean, it's a very good presented proposal. The reason why I asked is that on your application is the zoning, you have a waiver. Whether that is, whether you have gone through proper rezoning as the current variances, I mean, and whether it is commercial or mixed use and residential zone or just residential. I just want to know the current use. Now you're expanding the use as a studio as non-residential, whether it is allowed, that permitted. That's the reason for my questions.
Sure, Madam Chair. It's a family situation, and there could be no access to the rear studio except from through the house. I mean, there is a locked gate that's on the walkway, but you can see from the photographs there are some of the trees that were planted. You can see the original garage doors and brick walls of the existing garage.
I think you're missing my question. My question is, I just want to make sure that studio use in a residential building, this is an auxiliary building to a residential property, is permitted already. You have got, it's a permitted use, I mean, because usually we have garden suite and all that going through the permitted use as additional residential dwelling unit. But now we're expanding studio use in the auxiliary building. I just want to make sure that it's a permitted use.
Of course, yes. An auxiliary building is permitted for use as a studio on the property in this zoning. But as the variances state, it is limited to 1 story, and it is limited to a height of 4 meters. If we were to build a garden suite, I did outline on the site plan the footprint that would be permitted for a garden suite in a dotted line, and it's pretty close to, on the south and the west side,
That's okay.
You
answered my question already.
Okay.
Yes. Because you're not proposing a garden suite anyway. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just want to get the confirmation that that studio use is permitted in this building. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we're in committee. Anyone want to start? Oh, I can start. I think it's reasonable for what they ask. And I think I know the area really well, and that's why I asked whether they go to proper zoning, because a lot of those property are turned into like semi-commercial, like not studio, but in the whole area there's like professional office. So I don't have a problem because I want to, because it's on a waiver, they might miss something there. Okay.
I agree. I also say it's high variances. Way that goes on I think if it wasn't,
Yes, there's no opposition. So, any other comment, or do we have a motion? Yes, please.
You always have a bit of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I must add that I also lean into the location of the site. The whole area is not close, is very close to very major street, Bloor Street, and all this. The whole area is very mixed use in the extending to the end, and it's though the end people would like to keep it all residential. So that's what I thought. The specific location to have a little studio like that is actually, I think, a good addition.
Okay, so I'm happy to move the motion to
Okay. Anyone second? Second. All in favor of the forestry condition. All in favor is unanimously approved. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll move to item number 3. Is 670. I'm so sorry. It's 627 McRoberts Avenue. This is to construct a new 4-story detached dwelling, which is a houseplex. And with front and rear basement walkouts. We also have front and rear balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floor story, and a rooftop terrace on the 4th floor of the rear. Also to construct a new rear 2-story detached auxiliary building containing 1 garden suite, and with 2 interior bicycles parking space. There will be a total of 7 residential units on this lot, and 6 in the main house and then 1 in the auxiliary building, as well as 2 parking spaces in the rear yard. We have survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, revised site plan, and also red line public notice, a revised zoning notice, 2 photographs, cover letter, presentation material, and planning rationale and tree protection plan submitted by the agent. We also have communication from Urban Forestry and also a support from 624 McRoberts Street. We also have letters of concern from 625, which is the next door neighbor, SUMMERHILL, and we have oppositions from 635 and is 2285 Arlington Avenue West. These are the oppositions. We are waiting for the agent or the applicant.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and registered speakers in opposition, both online and in person.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Craig, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I do want to note we cannot hear the panelists. We can hear the chair and the secretary, but the comments from the panelists are not coming through on the WebEx.
Oh, we have to deter this to the
Through you,
staff.
Madam Chair, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay,
Please turn off your videos, microphones.
okay.
council members please turn on your videos and microphones. Please ensure your laptops are muted. Madam Chair, we'll get the agent back online.
Yeah. So the issue is the fix, right? You can be, yeah, okay. So we're back on item number 3, 627 Roberts Avenue. I have read all the material we received, and we are ready for the agent or applicant now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do also want to bring your attention to a letter we submitted removing the fourth story.
Sorry to interrupt. You're a bit soft. Can you speak louder?
Is this better?
I think, can you hear better? Yes. And also, yeah, you have some opposition, so we require a presentation from you for 5 minutes, but can you let us know your name and address first for our record? Yeah.
Certainly. Craig Race, applicant on behalf of the owner, 100 Lombard Street.
Now it's become soft again, your voice. Very faint.
I'm terribly sorry. I'll try to speak up. Is this okay, Madam Chair?
Stop the clock until we get the voice back up.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Madam Chair? Apologies.
Oh, a lot better now. A lot better. I
Okay.
don't know what you did, but it was good. Yeah.
I didn't do anything, so it must be the good staff at the committee. And also, before we begin, I want to bring your attention to a letter that was submitted last week from our office, removing the fourth story of the application. This should now be, it looks like the corrected public notice is on screen.
You deleted variant number 2.
Correct, so there's no longer a height variance, and this is only a 3-story main building now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just for you, Madam Chair, for public record, the purpose of application is an amendment.
Yes.
For this. Yes. So instead of 4 stories, it'll be 2 stories, and the removal of front and rear roof surfaces on the 4th story, including with 2 interior spaces, and the deletion of variance number.
Yes.
Mr. Race, if you can just confirm that that's correct, and you can begin your presentation.
I don't know if it's just me, but I had difficulty hearing the secretary there. It's not coming through.
Oh, sorry. So we still have the same issue then.
So she read under the changes, the amendments that we see to the application and the deletion of variance number 2. Just for the reader to confirm that that is correct.
Yes.
Maybe you can read them into the record.
Can you hear our panel member?
It's very difficult. I'm sorry.
You can only hear me?
Yes.
From this mic?
We can hear the chair only.
And then you cannot, our member, just, Mr. Goss just repeated what the secretary has said, and you cannot hear, right?
No, I'm happy to proceed, but I am getting feedback from my staff and the owner that it's the same issue on YouTube.
Okay.
There's a lot of static on YouTube, I'm hearing.
Okay, so we have to pause and see, to try to find out what the issue is.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Mr. Reyes, can you hear us? Perfect.
You sound good now.
Okay, sorry for all the inconvenience. So perhaps maybe I'll reiterate for public record, and Mr. Reyes, we're just going to ask you to confirm this. Purpose of application has been amended to 3 stories instead of 4 stories. The removal of and front and rear rooftop terraces on the 4th story, and including 1 garden suite with 2 interior bicycle parking spaces, as well as the removal of variance number 2.
That is correct, Madam Secretary.
Okay, so that captures the revisions. We'll put 5 minutes on the clock and you can present.
Thank you. As mentioned, the application is for
additional question for the revision, just to confirm, is the number of units remain the same?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to confirm. Okay, so you can start, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the application before you is for a 3-story houseplex and a garden suite with rear yard parking spaces, and it requires 3 minor variances now. If staff could please turn to the 2nd page. The site is located essentially 2 properties south of Eglinton Avenue, backing onto Prospect Secretary near the Caledonia subway station and future GO station. If we go to the next page, you'll see that the site is located within the Caledonia major transit station area. This originally was being used in the application to justify the 4th story of the multiplex. However, as I mentioned, that has been eliminated. So now it's only a 3-story multiplex. I believe this policy framework just speaks to the targeted density for this area and the suitability of a 6-plex that is still permitted in the zoning bylaw and is now below the required height in the official plan. If we go to the next page, you'll see that from a site plan perspective, the configuration of the site does not change significantly. One of the more substantial variances being sought is the north side yard setback. The existing home is 0.58 meters, and we are seeking to maintain that 0.58 meters. You also note the house to the north has a very small side yard setback of less than a foot. This side yard is not currently accessed by either property. It's going to maintain its current configuration. There are also 2 accessory structures on the site that will be consolidated into the footprint of the garden suite. On the south side, there is a mutual driveway that we are proposing to maintain to provide access to 2 parking spaces in the rear yard of the multiplex. If we go to the next page, please. I've already mentioned the side yard. It's worth noting the front yard and the separation between the main house and the garden suite are as of right. In fact, the separation between the main house and the garden suite was increased in order to provide additional soft landscaping between the structures and maintain the pattern of rear yard spaces. As a result of this, however, we are seeking a rear yard setback for the garden suite. Because there is no neighbor to the east, we are proposing a larger rear yard in exchange for a smaller garden suite rear yard. So we've effectively shifted it towards the rear of the property due to contextual inputs. If we go to the next page, when seeking setback variances, we do attempt to not only justify them with the existing configuration, but also studying the established pattern. We have found that over half of the houses on this stretch of McRoberts have side yard setbacks less than or equal to 0.58 meters. And in fact, this committee has approved at least 2 minor variances in the recent past for side yard setbacks smaller than 0.58 meters. So we feel that the condition we're proposing is maintaining the existing and follows the well-established pattern of the street. If we go to the next page, I did mention Prospect Cemetery is the neighbor to the east, and that is our rationale for the reduced setback from the rear lot line for the garden suite. And if we go one more page, we'll note that in our discussions with planning staff, landscaping was a concern as well as the setback. And the way we were able to modify the application in consultation with community planning was to provide permeable pavers that are more than equal to the soft landscaping deficiency, and justifying it by ensuring the front yard soft landscaping is actually exceeding the bylaw requirement So overall for the site, we have an adequate amount of soft landscaping when front and rear yards are taken in concert. And we're proposing to go beyond that with permeable pavers in the entire rear yard area. Finally, on the next page, neighbor outreach was undertaken by the owner. They did door knocking and I believe letter dropping to the stretch of McRoberts, as well as some neighbors on Eglinton. And on the last page, I'll conclude by just mentioning that we find these three variances are necessary to create a bill form condition that balances the established pattern of the neighborhood with the intent of the bylaws and official plan. We found that the official plan actually permits more density than is being proposed, proving the development is minor in nature in the eyes of the current policy context. The South Share driveway and Prospect Cemetery as a neighbor provide opportunities that have allowed us to use these minor variances to create an application that is, in our eyes, superior to what an as-of-right condition would be. Those are my submissions. However, I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Maybe we'll hold our question to him, and then because we do have some speakers want to deputize on this item. So we have one in person?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. We have a speaker in person. Would the resident of 625 McRoberts Avenue make their way to the podium?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome. So just give it your name and your address for our records, please.
My name is Paul Zimbalati, and I am the neighbor to the south at 625 McRoberts Avenue.
So, you have, do you have anything you want to bring up on the screen before your 5 minutes?
No, that's okay.
Okay, so you can start now. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that it was reduced to the 3 stories. This does, bringing it within the bylaw, does address a great deal of my concerns. My remaining concern is the mutual driveway.
Okay.
I think that the easement is really stretched. I am the dominant tenement there, and I think it's really stretched for mutual use if it is being used by close to 20 people on the other side. So I think my use of that driveway is negatively impacted by the scale of this development. I think the development is fine. I think it is appropriately sited, but I don't think it's appropriate to have it on a property that has a mutual driveway.
Oh, even the mutual driveway is just too narrow for, are you anticipating?
Too narrow, increased traffic, likely to be blocked with Ubers and pickups and delivery, as well as the fact that there's no clear property line. And so I'm concerned that there's going to be loitering, there's going to be incursions into my property, since there's no clear fencing or split between the two.
Something, right? Okay,
That's
we will have the applicant response to that concern. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So any other questions?
No, that is all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have one more speaker, right?
Peter, you've been unmuted.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Peter Polymenakos. I'm from 10 Diploma Avenue.
Yes.
That's my address, but I'm here on behalf of 635 McRoberts Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So you have 5 minutes to give us your concerns. Yeah. Let us know your concerns. Yeah.
My name is Peter Polymenakos. I am appearing today on behalf of my mother, Anna Polymenakos, the owner and longtime resident of 635 McRoberts Avenue, the property immediately north of 627 McRoberts.
Yeah.
First, I would like to acknowledge the applicant's willingness to engage with neighbors. Following my submission of concerns, the owner contacted me and advised that the request for a variance to increase the building height to 13 meters had been removed from the application. I appreciate that effort and recognize that it addresses one of the concerns regarding the scale of this proposal. However, after reviewing the revised application, I continue to have concerns with the remaining proposal and respectfully request that the committee carefully consider the cumulative impact of the remaining variances and the relationship of this development to the surrounding properties. I would like to emphasize that my concerns are not about preventing appropriate housing or opposing reasonable development. My concerns relate to whether this particular proposal on this particular lot can be accommodated without creating unacceptable impacts on neighboring properties. I would like to emphasize that the proposed development represents a significant change from the existing neighborhood context. McRoberts Avenue is primarily categorized by modest detached homes, including many single-story bungalows. A 7-unit development with multiple dwelling units, upper-level windows, and rear-facing terraces creates a substantial change in the scale and intensity compared with the existing residential pattern. I recently reviewed the committee's February 25th, 2026 hearing decision regarding 624 McRoberts Avenue. I understand that each application must be considered on its own merits, but I believe the discussion at that hearing raises issues that are directly relevant here. During that hearing, one committee member expressed concern that although individual variances may appear minor, the cumulative effect of multiple variances can become considerable. The committee also recognized that privacy and overlook impacts are legitimate planning considerations, ultimately requiring privacy screens on the balconies facing neighboring properties. I respectfully submit that the same principle applies here. The question is not whether each variance can be justified individually, but whether the overall proposal appropriately fits this site and protects the reasonable enjoyment of neighboring properties. My property is particularly affected because of my rear yard directly abuts the proposed development. The proposed windows and terraces will face toward my backyard, creating concerns regarding privacy, overlook, and the enjoyment of my outdoor space. The relationship between this proposal and my property is different from the typical streetscape impact. The greatest impact is not from the front elevation visible from McRoberts Avenue. It is the rear interface between the proposed building and the neighboring yards. I also have concerns regarding drainage and grading. A development of this scale will significantly alter the existing site conditions, and I would like assurance that stormwater management and grading will be properly addressed so that runoff is not directed toward neighboring properties. Parking and traffic impacts also remain concerns. McRoberts Avenue already experiences parking pressure, and adding 7 dwelling units to this site will increase demand for parking and visitor parking. I asked the committee to consider whether the proposed parking arrangement adequately reflects the practical realities of this neighborhood. I appreciate the applicant had made one meaningful revision by removing the height increase request. I believe that this demonstrates that concerns raised by neighbors can result in improvements. However, I respectfully submit that additional consideration is still required regarding privacy protection, rear yard impacts, drainage, and overall compatibility of this proposal with the surrounding neighborhood. If the committee is inclined to approve the application, I respectfully request that appropriate conditions be considered, including effective privacy screening for balconies and terraces facing neighboring properties, measures to address overlooking from upper story windows where appropriate, confirmation that drainage and grading will not negatively affect adjacent properties, and ensuring that the final design reflects a reasonable transition between this development and the existing homes surrounding it. Thank you for your consideration of my concerns. I appreciate the committee's time and the opportunity to participate here.
Any question to this speaker? Please go ahead. Covered, yeah.
I'm just wondering if thanks for your presentation, and I'm just wondering if you could focus on a particular variance that is affecting you negatively. I understood your general concerns about the size, etc., but is there a particular variance that you're concerned about? It sounds like height was an important one.
Height was an important one. Setback between the two properties that abut each other is important as well. There's been the setback between the two properties current. The neighborhood itself has many drainage issues. Many of the houses in that neighborhood, I'm sure, are affected by flooding, including my mother's property. There was extensive work done about 10 years ago between the properties to fix the flooding, not drainage, but flooding issues. And I know the city has sort of proposed plans to fix flooding issues, but we're concerned that the variance between, the setback between the two properties would definitely create an issue to access to our wall at 635 McRoberts Avenue to fix any future flooding issues. So the setback and the soft landscaping proposal to be reduced to 34%, I think will affect drainage and grading that could cause flooding in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Just remind you, soft landscaping is not part of it's not one of the variances. They seem to have been able to comply with that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, please? Okay. We have no more questions for you. So, do we have any other speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's all the speakers listed.
Okay.
I'll
So
back the agent.
yeah, let's bring back Mr. Reyes and response to the comments from the previous two speakers. Thank you.
Craig, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. In response to Mr. Zimbalati's note, I received a text message from the owners during his deputation. They want to emphasize their commitment to ensuring the mutual driveway will remain unblocked. Part of the reason we are seeking a soft landscaping variance, which we do have, Madam Chair, is to ensure we have adequate parking in the rear yard beyond the area of the mutual driveway. So it is our intention to maintain clear path of travel through that mutual driveway to the parking in the rear of the subject property as well as the neighbor's property. And we feel that the application adequately addresses that. With respect to Mr. Paluminakos' comments, I'll quickly note there are no north-facing side windows being proposed. Any south side facing windows are limited due to proximity to a lot line, and we're actually undertaking an exercise to reduce them. With respect to privacy screens on the rear balconies, I personally do not feel that would be appropriate because there are no variances for balconies or platforms. However, my clients messaged me and said they would be open to that as a condition if the committee would like to impose it. We're also open to the rear yard paving be of permeable pavers if the committee would also like to impose that condition. We have begun undertaking stormwater analysis as part of the water application for this project. At the moment, the civil engineers are not telling us we need any kind of stormwater mitigation and that we can meet all the stormwater requirements that are part of our application process. However, the soft landscaping will certainly, or excuse me, the permeable pavers will certainly help with that. And finally, with respect to the north setback, I do want to reiterate that is an existing separation and setback between our property and the north property. So that will not get any smaller than it currently is. Also, it may be worth noting the north side yard setback we are proposing is nearly double the size of the neighbor's side yard setback. And also through our analysis, more than half of the properties on the street have smaller side yard setbacks. The reason for that is because side yard driveways, mutual driveways, are prevalent in the area. So it's typical for a home to be shifted towards the side lot line that doesn't have a driveway. That way, most of the homes can have rear yard parking. That's a pattern we hope to maintain. I'm pleased to answer any other questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just before we ask the questions, I must apologize. You're right. I missed the landscape variance. To confirm there's some soft landscaping variance.
I think the confusion is because the variance is for the garden suite, not for the main house, or perhaps the other way around. There are overlapping landscaping variances, and we comply with most of them except for one.
Yes, so I apologize. I missed that. Okay, so now we're going to ask the panel whether they have questions for you. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
The neighbor to the south, I think his issue with the right-of-way was more than just the vehicles. The way I understood it, it's the fact that we have, you know, the two units that are accessing their home through the laneway, and then we have 3 more units at the back that are accessing through the laneway. So it's also about ingress to and fro of pedestrians from the front to the back, cyclists, you know, people walking their dogs, bringing in furniture, all of the activities since those entrances are there. Without commenting on my own views as to whether or not that's acceptable, I just want to give you an opportunity to address that neighbor as to those concerns.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, I think that is a concern we share. It's also a virtue we intend to exploit here. I mean, the mutual driveway does allow us to have very spacious access to the rear of the property. And this application is intending to use it to its advantage by creating parking that is off the street. I'll note that the entrances on the side of the building are recessed by over 5 feet. Side entrances are common in mutual driveways here, including the neighbor to the south. Their door does open onto the side as well as the front and the rear, much like our application. I think it will certainly come down to property management, though, and these owners will make a point of ensuring it remains clear. It will be used for access and for travel. Bikes and cars will be using it, as will occasionally movers. However, committing to good communication and ensuring that there's no permanent blocking is something they would be committed to.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah. So I just want to go back to the privacy screening. You said that you will not object to propose some privacy screening on the rear balconies. Actually, I just want to know whether, in my observation, is actually those balconies are very narrow, although they're sort of wide, right? So maybe the neighbors concerned about overlook. If we're going to put privacy screen, it probably make more sense to just put it on the 2nd and the 3rd floor. Though I do not see them being heavily used because they're coming out from a bedroom. So, but if that's a concern, are you willing to put privacy screen on the 3rd and the 2nd and 3rd floor rear balconies here?
We're open to that, Madam Chair. We did go to extents to ensure all platforms and balconies comply with the bylaw requirements. So you'll notice they've been pulled in from the side yards, so they're beyond the required setbacks in the zoning bylaw. However, I also understand this is a concern, and we're happy to accommodate it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. We have any more questions? Okay. No, we don't have any more questions. We are in committee now, and. I can start with just a very quick comment. The city has been pushing this multiplex, and I think that this is almost like a good example on how to increase the number of units without actually go really beyond what the zoning required, because they're only seeking for 3 variances. I thought that the rooftop patio in the beginning that is not very desirable, and people worry about overlook and all. But then now they deleted. I can support this application due to the general policy of the city that we encourage this kind of development. Yeah. Okay, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think this is pretty desirable for the location. We also saw that it's within the MTSA. And this location is going to, in fact, be a transfer station location between the GO train and the subway. So it's definitely an area that's going to see this type of change. And then the variances themselves are actually quite small here. It's very common for the committee to reinstate the existing setback variance of an existing property because it's in keeping with the street, and that's one variance. The height is not particularly problematic, or no, it was removed, right? So
yeah, they moved
height
that.
was removed, and then the last two variances, I think, are really mitigated by the fact that we have the cemetery land behind it.
Yes.
The agent also mentioned that the front yard landscaping compensates for the rear, but I also think that the landscaped area right behind it compensates as well. I do think it's appropriate, especially since it was requested by the neighbor to the north, to impose the privacy screening. And even though there isn't a balcony variance, I think it kind of speaks to the setback variance, right? Because these balconies are going to be that much closer to the property.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the neighbor to the south, I wanted to ask questions about the easement or the right of way because I understand where those concerns are coming from. It's difficult being in a tight area, but none of the variances really speak to it. And in fact, I think the design is. You can see on the survey that. The garage of the house to the south actually encroaches a bit on the right of way, and in fact the design of this sixplex is pulled back on the ground floor to sort of accommodate that existing encroachment. So, and that's just an example of how I think it's trying to be very sensitive to that. The neighbor to the south benefits from being allowed to use the right-of-way on the neighbor to the north's land as much as the residents of this home will benefit from the use of that right-of-way as well. But I do understand the concern. There will be a lot more people using it, and hopefully the owners stay true to their promise to manage it effectively. Yeah. But I just wanted to make those comments to address the concerns of the neighbors because I think they were very well spoken. They raised really valid concerns about how their lives will change from this project, and so, but I find it supportable.
Okay. Any other comment, please? Yeah, Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleague. It's a supportable application, and with the conditions of having privacy screens, second and third floors, I think that would be good. My main concern was, of course, height, which has been removed. Soft landscaping was an issue, but I wonder if we might want to tie it to the revised site plan, which shows the permeable pavers in the rear yard, because I think that mitigates the deficiency in soft landscaping, but it's supportable.
Okay. Do we have a motion or any more comments? Yeah, please.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm happy to move it. So I would move to approve this application as amended, subject to forestry condition number 2, subject to the condition that the rear platforms on the second and third story have privacy screening on the north and south sides, and tying it substantially to the site plan with respect to the permeable paving in the rear yard.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Crawford. Yeah, Miss Crawford. Sorry. Yeah. And all right. All in favor with those conditions? All in favor is approved with those conditions. Thank you. Okay. Can we move? We can move to item number 4, which is 46 KERR Road. This is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a deck and stairs. And we have a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 26 photograph, 2 cover letter, and the deferral request is outdated, so we're going to eliminate that. but we did receive it. And Arbor's report and a list of comparable committee adjustment application and also an encroachment permit number. We also have correspondence from engineering, transportation engineering, and also from urban forestry. We have support from 9 signature on Kerr Street and also one from Billings Avenue. We are ready for the agent or the applicant, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker in opposition in person.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Pedro, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Hello. I think you guys made a mistake. I'm the applicant for 344 LINSMORE. I think it was a confusion because of the first one.
344? It's not 46?
Number 5.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I will bring on the speaker for
sorry.
item 4.
No. Yeah.
Ishfaq, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Ishfaq Ahmed. I am representing the 46 KERR Road, East York.
Okay, now we got the right person. So yes, you do not have any oppositions. You have nice support. So give us your name and address. We can start. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Ishfaq Ahmed. Address is 46 KERR Road, East York. Address of property.
Okay, thank you. Let me check whether the panel wants a presentation in this case. They're asking for only one. Yeah, do you have questions? Yes, we do not need a presentation from you. We have studied the materials, but we have some questions here. Okay.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just out of curiosity, I don't find the application to be problematic, but just out of curiosity, how are you achieving the additional FSI?
So we are just side panel open.
Hello.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, I'm the designer of this project. So we are adding a proposed addition on the rear side of the property. On the main floor, we are extending the kitchen, and on the second floor, we are just extending the bedroom. And our addition is only 4 meter by 4 meter. So, and 0.6 is the permitted FSI, and we are asking for 0.98, which is under 1. And in the neighborhood, the same FSI or more than this, like more than 1 FSI has been approved in past. So we appreciate if we are getting this variance.
Great, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I see. I see why you asked the question, because on the plan they do not really clearly indicate which part is additions and.
If you go to the floor plans.
Floor plans, yeah.
No, this is the existing plan. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I can see from the ground floor plan, you do say that that's the addition house limit, but from the and then the existing part, maybe anything beyond the existing part is the new part. But
yes, yes. Yes, so what we just wanted to let you know that our client has some mobility challenge, and they will require a walker in future, and they have the elderly parents which eventually moved with them, so they required a good living space for them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah. Thank you. But we do have one other speaker. No? Oh, okay, sorry. It's no. So, okay. So we are ready to discuss. You have questions?
No.
You are coming. Yeah, we're in committee now. Yeah.
I'm happy to just move straight to a motion to approve it. It's an FSI variance But when you look at the addition, it's just a small addition at the rear. It's a corner lot. There's many homes in Leslieville that have pushed out the back in a similar sort of manner. I think the existing house FSI is probably above 0.6 anyway, when you look at how small the addition is compared to the size of the home. But in any event, I don't see it as negatively impacting, having an adverse impact on neighboring properties, and would move to approve it.
Yes. So it's Mr. Vice, second?
I'll second that, Chair.
Yes. All in favor with no conditions, right? All in favor with no conditions. Unanimously approved. Thank you. So we move to item number 5. It's 344 LINSMORE Crescent. This is to alter existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story south addition and in place of the attached garage, and a complete 2nd-story addition, including the attics used as a habitable space, and a wraparound ground floor covered deck with front stairs. Also to construct 1-story detached auxiliary building, which is going to be 1-car garage, and also the existing garage will be demolished. And there's a total of 1 residential unit on this lot. We have a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, 10 photographs of the property, and also 11 photographs of neighboring property. We have presentation material from the agent and staff report from Urban Forestry, and also support from 342 LINSMORE Crescent.
Through you, Madam Chair, under the very late materials, we received a report from Community Planning.
Okay.
It's on the screen. They are suggesting that if committee approve this application, that this condition be imposed of no habitable space on that 2nd level.
Oh, I see. Okay, community.
No, above the 2nd level, it looks like, yeah.
It's actually the attic space. It's not the 2nd level.
It's attic. That there will be no habitable space. Is that going to be revised on the purpose clause? We go
If so, that was So my name is Pedro Casimiro. I'm the applicant of the speaker of this application. My address is 29 Yardley.
Yes. We have to ask you to agree to that deletion first before we revise the purpose clause, right?
Well, I of course we agree with the committee's suggestion or recommendation in this case, where we don't have any issues with that.
Okay. So they agree to delete the attic space used as habitable space?
No.
No?
Yes, we're not deleting the space. We're just not making it habitable.
That's what I mean. You don't make it as a habitable space. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So our purpose clause will be revised to the attic is not used as a habitable space.
So because of that, I guess the FSI will be reduced as well.
Okay.
So I think it might eliminate one of the variances. We're seeking 3.
Yeah, we need to know exactly what you revised to, though.
Well, it's just exactly what the committee suggested, right? So they just suggested not to be the attic space to be habitable.
Yes, I know. Actually, the committee did not suggest that it is the committee planning, Department of Planning.
Exactly, the committee planning. Yes, committee planning.
What I mean is, so you said that it will change your FSI, so we need to know the number, what you revised to.
Oh.
We cannot.
Well, I think we can proceed with the variances as they are then.
No, we cannot. If we're going to delete that habitable space. What about if I give you a few minutes to give us the reduced number? The figure we have to have a very precise number in terms of.
Oh, sorry. So I was speaking to the planning, and then nobody suggested to me that I was going to have the numbers.
Oh no!
With
now
that,
we are committee adjustment. We require you to give us an exact number. I'm just saying that we are. Really
Well, I can give. Yes, I can give the exact.
If you require some time, we can give you a few minutes to give us the exact number, and we'll get back to you. Do you need a little bit more time?
Just a few minutes, I guess.
Okay, so we move on. We move to item number 6, and we'll get back to you. Okay? Yeah. Okay. We will go back to item number 5. Now we are going to hear item number 6. Okay, number 6 is 990 Bloor Street West and 10 Parkview Gardens. And this is to alter the development standards as approved by the site-specific zoning bylaw. And for the existing 11-story mixed-use building by permitting a clinic and office uses and health care practitioners to be located on a portion of the first level. And there's a total of 104 residential units on this lot. We have survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 2 photographs of tree and cover letter from the agent, and also decisions affecting the subject property. We have presentation material from the agent, and also the site-specific zoning bylaw. And we are ready for the agent or applicant for item number 6.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
David, you've been unmuted.
Yes.
There we go. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Blonsky, you do not have any opposition, so I'm going to see whether we want a presentation from you. It's quite straightforward. We do not have any need for a presentation. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm mostly here because of my history on the site through all of the rezoning in case there were any questions. So okay. I'm happy to proceed without a presentation and leave it in your hands.
Okay, and also we are ready now, a committee. And this is quite a straightforward, and then the location, I think that it sort of will not have any negative impact. Okay, Mr. Wyatt, you were going to say something.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward one, and it's probably the most straightforward yet for the day. It's permitting additional use, commercial use. I do not see any problems with it, so unless my colleagues have any questions or concerns, I'll move a motion to approve.
Okay.
And I don't believe there are any conditions attached.
No, I haven't seen any. So, anyone like to second, Ms. Crawford?
Sure.
Something?
No, I was just going to second, but Ms. Crawford got there first.
Yeah. So you can raise your hand. All in favor to approve? All in favor unanimously. No conditions. Thank you. So we go back to item number 5, if they're ready to give us the revised variance.
Pedro, you've been unmuted.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
So the variant, one of the variances is, I guess it's number
2.
Number two. So we were seeking a variance of 0.67, and because the attic space is not habitable anymore, now it's 0.54.
0.5 time? 54. And what's the area in meters, square meters?
Yeah, the area. So it's the first floor. It's the first floor and second floor. It's 205.1 square meters.
205 6.0 0.1 meters square. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So it's revised to that, and that's okay. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, do we have other speakers on this side?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a speaker in opposition in person.
Oh, okay. We do have opposition here. So could you please give us a 5-minute presentation on your application, please? Yeah.
My 5-minute presentation. So this property located in East York, it's currently a 1.5-story home. with an attached garage. We are seeking to demolish that existing attached garage and adding a full second floor plus an attic space for storage. The garage will now be a separate structure to the south of the property, basically the proposal falls into the, in our opinion, into the characteristics of the surrounding neighborhoods of the increasing density of existing homes on East York. I prepared a few examples of existing properties in a nearby neighborhood for comparison. That's the first presentation that we're seeing here of existing properties that are mostly 2 stories. Some of them are kind of 3 stories if you include the garage, integrated garage in some buildings. And then we also, furthermore, we were asked to present even more examples of precedents on the property, and that's the second PDF of supporting material. And I also show there are a little bit more homes that are similar in height and density and structure proposal. Yeah, but basically, it's an existing, currently property, it's an existing single family dwelling that is increasing a little bit more in height and FSI, but it's still a single family dwelling.
Thank you. You have finished? Yeah.
So yeah, we're seeking three variances.
Yeah.
The height of the structure, the height that mentions 10.47, that's actually to the turret, the corner portion of the building.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The main ridge is actually only 10 meters. So, right. And then the number 2, the variance is for the FSI, but that's because we increased, we also added an addition to the existing footprint of the home. So we made it a little bit slightly larger to the south of the property. And then of course, and the third is regarding the coverage, and the coverage is 53.4%. And that's mainly because of one of the features that this proposal has, that it is the wraparound porch. And we thought that this was a nice, interesting feature for the building because it's on a corner lot. And also the owners, that's one of their design features that they really wanted to have on their home. And the porch is actually brought down to the closest as possible to the grade, so that there's no need for railings. So it's like more open. So it has that sense of openness. So it's kind of to feel like we're actually outdoors, but with the cover, of course. So that's where the coverage comes in.
Okay, thank you.
But that's basically it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we hold our question to the applicant later. So because we have a speaker here, would like to listen what he's going to say. So welcome. Yes, the button, yeah. And please give us your name and address.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Greg Haste. I'm a homeowner at the 401 O'Connor Drive, which in this person.
It's a little bit too soft. Let's
sorry, let me move this closer. Is that better?
Oh yeah, is your screen? Yeah, when the screen is good. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah.
Again, my name is Greg Haste. I'm a homeowner at 401 O'Connor Drive, which is the small bungalow immediately to the west of the application property.
Okay.
I guess what I wanted to comment on was the multiple variances that are being requested. And up until a moment ago, I wasn't aware of any amendments to that or requests for amendments, so I'm basing most of my comments on what I received in terms of the original application.
Yeah, that's right.
And there was some other comments about attic space and building height. My principal concern is about privacy into my backyard. O'Connor, where I am on, is a fairly busy residential neighborhood. The backyard is basically the only respite that I have. And certainly I'm concerned about overlook and privacy as well as loss of access to natural light. And the changes to the property that are being proposed significantly alter and enclose and expand on the, I'm not sure if it's considered a rear yard or a side yard to the south. And will basically block that entire west side of my yard from low natural light. I note that there was a comment earlier about the removing attic space on the third floor, which I had no idea would be habitable. So that would be originally a 3-story home. And I question now if that is agreed to be removed, why the roof line would not be reduced as well, apart from the turret, because there would be no need for headroom in that attic space. So one of my questions would be if the building height variance can be reviewed by the committee to not add another 2 meters to the house. That would assist in the loss of light and shadow casting. I also have concerns about both the porch to the south, which is covered, which invariably means it's not, with a covered roof, it might as well be enclosed space in terms of its height and impact on blockage from natural light, because it's a roofed porch. And I also, certainly have concerns that at some point in the future that'll get closed in. My last concern is also about the separation of the garage as a new ancillary building. I don't know the requirements in terms of ancillary buildings on the lot or their setbacks, but that building has been placed at the closest southeast corner of the property, which basically is a 0 setback from my side yard. I have a large tree in the backyard at the very back, and I am concerned with these, if the building's put right on the lot line, that's going to compromise the root structure with any foundations. And also basically just fills in any space from north to south from the front yard or the facing of O'Connor all the way to the neighboring property to the south. There is no real appreciable space, as kind of demonstrated by the fact that the site index is being asked for is so large. So originally, I just did some calculations. What was being asked for was 2 meters to the building height originally, which is like 25% higher than what it is right now. And the floor index and the site index are 50% added to the original numbers that were in this application. Those increases don't seem like minor to me. And those 3 together just seem like they're excessive for the property. And I'll leave my comments at that.
Okay. Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No. Thank you. We will bring back the applicant to respond to your concern. Let's have the applicant.
Hi, I missed the person's name, but I did recall one thing that he mentioned was that he has a large tree on his backyard, so I'm pretty sure that also creates shadow. So the other thing is the height. No, the height of the attic space. So it's an attic, so we do need height to access it. So we're not planning on reducing the pitch. No, that's not the intent. The intent, actually, the initial intent was supposed to be an attic space for storage. Current owner has a lot of, he has 2 kids, and he currently owns a lot of toys and a lot of boxes, and he wants to store them up there when their kids are not using them. So that's mainly the purpose of the third story in this case.
Yes. But
as for the garage at the back, I don't think that's part of the variances.
You have mentioned actually the building height 10.47 is actually taken from the highest point of that little, you call it turret?
Correct.
Yeah. So
Correctly, correct.
The main roof is lower. It's not that high. The main.
It's actually the main ridge. It's 10 meters.
It's 10 meters. Okay. Yeah, I just
And it's a pitched roof. It's a pitched roof. It's not a flat roof like most of the modern. Like they have a bunch of modern homes in the on the vicinity of in the neighborhood. My kids go to the Diefenbaker Elementary. It's very close by. I go by that neighborhood all the time, and there's a lot of two-story flat homes that are pretty massive. And our proposal, as you can see from the rendering, is you understand that it's pretty minor in our opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have an opportunity to rebut?
No, it's okay. Yeah, we have. We are still with this. Yeah, we are listening to. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please go.
I have an opportunity to rebut any of those things.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any question to the applicant? Yeah, please go ahead.
I'd like you to address the forestry recommendation that we deny this application.
The forestry. So am I unmuted? Okay. What we were told was that forestry. We're going to comply with forestry, but we were told that we can apply for committee of adjustment without any issues, and then if approved with condition of approval with forestries.
Yes, that's possible, and that's what forestry often asks, but unless I'm mistaken, in this case, they've recommended as their preference that we don't approve, and it's only if we ignore their recommendation that they would ask for the condition that you submit an application later. They recommend that we refuse because of the impact to the tree. And so, just so that we consider, we consider staff recommendations seriously. So I'm just wondering what your response is to that recommendation.
Am I unmuted? Hello. So our response to that is that we will satisfy forestry after committee of adjustment makes their decision. Well, the intent is to satisfy forestry.
You might be misunderstanding. Forestry is saying we should deny. So why should we not deny?
Well, we should, in terms of when the client, the owner, is willing to, or already is planning on replanting trees on the property.
Yes, well, the question is, you can understand that you said that you will comply. We just want to know what is your plan and how will you be able to comply? What's at least some kind of idea so we can listen to. You're not going to cut any of those trees, for example. Is one of the, then how are you going to comply if you?
Maybe I can be a little more specific. So, if we look at the report, they're recommending refusal. Where they recommend refusal, it's because one of the variances affects whether a tree lives or dies, basically. And so when I look at your application, what I understand it to be is, this tree here will be affected by the proposed new garage, which is affected probably by the lot coverage variance. So that's why they've recommended that we deny, because if we deny lot coverage, then this tree will survive. We don't always follow forestry's recommendation where they recommend that we refuse an application, which is why I want to give you an opportunity to explain what you would do what your clients would do to mitigate this concern of urban forestry, be it planting other trees, be it, whatever it may be, to give us a reason why we would go against their recommendation. Because when I do vote against a city staff recommendation, it's based on a reason. And the reason, give us a reason beyond, we'll satisfy them later as to the condition, because that condition is their backup position.
Am I unmuted right now? Okay. So our response to that would be, if that's the only tree, we will plant a much better tree on the property, and even with a larger diameter, and we can even propose a green roof on the garage, for example.
That was my only question.
Yeah, that's also, yeah, he gave his response. I guess he said he's going to build, not build,
plant other trees.
And a bigger tree, and even build a green roof. Yeah. But, okay, any other question? We can discuss that when we're in committee, yeah. Any other questions? No.
I also, please also don't disregard the supporting letter that we got from the southern neighbor. I don't know if that was mentioned. So we got support from that neighbor as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So now we're in committee, but I want to. Is the tree number 1 they're talking about? Philip, if you look at what the data is measuring 3 centimeter, which is like 3 centimeter is only 1 inch, a little over 1 inch diameter. Is that so maybe it's the type of magnolia tree is protected.
Yeah, I agree. It must be a typo, because if it's that small, it wouldn't even be a protected tree.
Yeah, that's what I was confused. So, but then this is their report. We're not going to ask them to cannot confirm that is right or wrong. But then magnolia is a protected. It's not a protected species. It's a decorative. It's everywhere.
Well, my thoughts overall on the application is that you can see the photo of that tree. It's not a neighborhood wide visible tree,
like a canopy.
It's not hugely affecting the canopy. Like the idea of them planting another tree maybe would be acceptable. I didn't find the answer that satisfactory, because if staff recommends something, I need a reason to go against the recommendation. But if I look at the project as a whole, overall I find the variances are quite quite minor, and so the only concern I had was, why should we go against planning's recommendation? And maybe that that explanation of it's a small tree and we'll have plenty of growing room and plant a new tree would satisfy me. I just didn't hear that explanation. But.
Yes, I was thinking that there will maybe, as you, I understand what you mean. The answer sounds like afterthought, but they should have a better idea of how to replace that tree, maybe. Yeah, but that's the intention. That's what they told us. Yeah.
And urban forestry, is considering it a protected tree. I don't know if, because magnolias have like multiple.
Oh, you mean branches?
Yeah, like coming out from.
But that's what it is.
I don't know if they measure diameter differently for a magnolia, but I'm troubled by the fact that the staff report is that there isn't sufficient justification for removing that tree, and it does relate to a variance that they're asking, and there doesn't seem to be much respect or accommodation for that from the applicant.
What are your feelings to, or a suggestion, we can defer it until they sort this out with urban forestry and come back. I mean, that's another thing, right? And then our question is that Mignolia, it seems that to me, maybe you're right, maybe that species is still protected even though they have a smaller diameter. I do not know.
If I may, Chair,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at trying to figure out which trees being discussed. Now, the magnolia in the photograph that was presented, the magnolia is one, but in the back, abutting the neighbor, it looks like there are three conifers of some kind.
Yeah, they propose to remove 3 other ones, yeah.
So those ones look like they're a bit more substantial.
Yeah.
So overall, as my colleague mentioned, I think I don't have any issues with the proposal itself, with the variances that are being requested. I think it's quite a interesting design. The wraparound porch is quite an interesting approach. The turret, it's an attractive design. I think the only challenge that we have is the forestry recommendation. So if we still go ahead and approve, at the end of the day, the applicant will have to satisfy forestry. And if at that point forestry says no, they're going to have to come back. So they're taking a chance.
I agree, because when you look at in detail, those 3 trees are quite big. All of them are bigger than a foot in diameter.
So they may have to relocate the garage, bring it forward. I'm not sure what options they may have, but that's for them to worry about. I think from our perspective, I think the variances themselves are not problematic. The issue of the location of the garage and the impact on trees becomes a forestry recommendation. But they do have the however clause.
So it means that they're willing to work with them, I guess.
They'll have to work with forestry and satisfy forestry, because if they don't satisfy forestry, it won't go ahead.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with my colleague, Mr. Bayat, as much as I wasn't particularly satisfied with how my question was addressed. I think it is true that urban forestry will review the application, the permit to injure, and the variances themselves are minor.
So how are we going to work? Are we not imposing variance condition 5, but we
would impose the condition, the alternate condition, because forestry said if you don't deny in accordance with condition 5, then,
yes, exactly, report 2.
Put condition. Is it condition 2?
Yes, that's in report 2. It's not condition 2. It's not a condition.
No, it's report 2, but it does say if we do approve to put in a condition.
3, I think that is to injure.
And the condition is worded there, that submission of a completed application of a permit to injure or remove city-owned trees will be the condition, that they'd have to come forward with a completed application to injure. So they'll have to deal with that. So that would be the condition, really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. All right. So do we have a motion now? Yeah,
certainly, I'll put forward a motion to see where it goes. I think in overall, I think this is a very interesting design and presentation. I think the roof, the height, while it is higher, it's the turret that's the highest, and the ridge line of the roofing gives us that height, but it's an interesting design. I think it blends in very nicely with that part of the city, and I don't see any issue overall with it. It's an amended application, and the only condition that we would add is the forestry condition that requires a submission of an application to injure.
And the late report planning condition about.
That's right. Then that's right. There's a late report as well. So with those conditions in mind,
do you want to, although we have revised the purpose clause, but do you want to put a condition to state clearly that the attic space is not going to be used as a habitable space?
That was the planning condition.
That's the planning condition. Yeah.
Oh, that also, oh, you have a planning condition. Yeah. Okay, I missed that, sorry. Okay, who wants to second this? Philip, second? Sure. Okay. With those conditions amended agenda, all in favor? You dissent? Ms. Corbett dissent, yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's approved. 3-1. Yeah, Ms. Corbett dissent. Yeah. We have item number 7. We have done. Is 3, 6.
Sorry,
we're going
through
to,
you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Items number 7 through 12.
12, yes. We because it's actually on the same, not adjacent lots, so a similar development. So we're going to hear item 7 to 12 as one application. This is to construct a 3-story semi-detached apartment building with front and rear ground floor porches and stair, and front and rear basement walkout, and 4 short-term bicycle parkings in the rear, and also construct a rear 1-story detached auxiliary building, which is going to be a waste storage, and that's with a 10 residential dwelling unit on this particular 360 Jane Street. But they will be similar to all these, to the other applications, right? Up to
That's
those
correct,
3
Madam
apartments
Chair.
are the same.
I have a presentation which goes through it all. There are 6 very similar applications.
Yes, yes.
3 buildings, all semis.
So I just want to make sure that I don't have to reread 3 times. That's
Probably a lot of materials.
okay, so we have a survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, and 10 photographs of trees. And we have decisions affecting the property, email corresponding, and planning rationale and presentation material from agent. We have also communication from urban forestry and transportation engineering. And we have received a number of oppositions from 5 Thornhill Avenue, 59 Raymond Avenue, and number 1 and 3 Thornhill Avenue, and 61, 59, 19 from Raymond Avenue. Yes, we are ready for the agent. And do we have, how many speakers we have?
So yes, through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we also have 5 registered speakers in opposition, both in person and online.
Okay, thank you. So we do need a presentation from you. But before we start, we want to bring up your presentation first on the screen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might request, as this is 6 applications, I might go a hair or 2 over the 5-minute allotment, just to make sure I'm explaining everything.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we want to have a complete presentation for sure. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Greg Ewens, Batory Planning and Management, Box 4, 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345. We're here today requesting variances to modify a previous approval for 6 addresses at the corner of Jane Street and Raymond Avenue to deliver 30 new apartment units in 3 3-story semi-detached buildings. Next slide, please. Mm-hmm. As I mentioned, the intent of the application is to modify the previous approval. We're proposing a number of rental units. Nearly half of them are 2- and 3-bedroom layouts. This is an area on a neighborhood major street where 6-story buildings and 4-story townhouses are permitted by the city's recent major street work. And what we tried to do here is try to align this project with the previous plan, the severance, the form and scale of the buildings as much as possible, while picking up on the new permissions that have been brought into force in the last several years. Next slide, please. Here is the site. It's currently vacant. It has been since 2017. It was formerly an automotive use. The east side of Jane has got a very consistent Main Street residential commercial character, while the west side is more varied in terms of residential buildings and apartments. Next slide, please. Here's the previous plan. There's a picture of the site there on the left, and the previous site plan you can see. It was originally for 6 units on individual parcels, 4 semis rather, 2 detached buildings, and there's with detached garages for each, and a private laneway at the back, and that was a separated parcel as well at the request of staff. Next slide, please. Site's on an avenue, it's on a major street, it is within a neighborhood designation. It's, as I mentioned, zoned to permit 4-story townhouses, multiplexes, major street apartment buildings up to 6 stories with 60 units. Next slide, please. The proposal before you today, next slide, comprises 3 semi-detached 3-story buildings. There's one that spreads over 2 sites, so the midpoint of the building is the center of the lot line. Each half contains 5 rental buildings, or 5 rental units rather. They're designed as multiplexes, but because of the bylaw definitions, they're considered apartment buildings and subject to those permissions. The unit mix and vehicle parking and bike parking are shown here as well. Next slide, please. You can see the site plan on the left and the ground floor plan on the right. The ground floor is recessed at both the rear and the front to provide access, parking, solid waste storage that's enclosed, bike parking, and soft landscaping as shown. You can see it in green on both plans. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the variances requested across all 6 applications. They're all very similar, as mentioned, related to this landscaping setbacks and ones regarding vehicle and bike parking. Next slide, please. I will note the previous application did receive setback and landscape relief, but since these are considered apartment buildings, we are required to vary different provisions of the bylaw for similar layouts and setbacks. Regarding the setbacks, the proposal provides a 0 setback at the 2nd and 3rd floor at the Jane Street frontage, but a 2-meter setback roughly at the ground level, and this generally aligns with the characteristics of buildings on both sides of the street. It also facilitates ground level planting and stairs to access the units. Next slide, please. You can see some examples there on the slide of the context. The rear setback is from the ground floor, it's 13 meters to the western limit of the development site, and about 9 meters from the 2nd and 3rd story, because there's that recess on the ground floor. The reason it's shown as 3 meters there on the plan is because of the lot that was severed as a condition from Transportation Services in 2017 to provide the private lane, which we're continuing to do, and that continues to serve the parking spaces on the site now. But effectively, the setbacks are shown there. Next slide, please. This is an isometric view, and you can see highlighted the front and rear cantilevered portions of the building. I note that the roof access there, that's partly to enclose mechanical space. It's labeled on the plans as non-resident access. There's no access to the roof for people living in the buildings. It's purely mechanical space and access for maintenance of the roof. Next slide, please. Here you can see there's a setback requirement. You'll note in the variances, the 5.5 meter side yard setback requirement. That's an apartment building requirement, and it's noted in cases where there are primary windows facing each other. In this case, as these are designed, and you can see the floor plans there, as more multiplex type buildings with living rooms at the front, the side windows would be subject to a 5.5 meter separation distance. Though if they were a multiplex, they'd be subject to a much more limited, half meter setback. What we've done in meeting with city staff has offset the windows. You can see the left was the original plan, the right offsets those windows, so there's no direct facing into either of those. And I'd also note that side windows to a living room and multiplexes in many other 3-story buildings are an incredibly common condition across much of the city's neighborhoods. Next slide, please. And I'll try to finish up. When comparing the previously approved side and rear setbacks, the revised proposal, they're generally consistent and even increased in some cases as shown here. I note the main difference is the detached garage row is now, that's removed. There's still parking at the rear, but the building length has been extended because there's the space in the rear yard. Next slide, please. Regarding soft landscaping, we've worked with city planning to ensure that all areas that are not parking or access or solid waste storage are softscape. We've also added permeable pavers to these other areas, as you can see in blue. There was a lot of back and forth with city staff before we landed at the committee hearing today, and we've tried to make all their suggestions in the updated plans. Next slide, please. The proposed area of softscape is also comparable to softscape variances approved in the neighborhood. Here's a list of them. I note that both plans, the previously approved plan and the new plan, have front yard softscape and rear yard softscape is distributed differently in this plan just due to the absence of the garages. Next slide, please. Regarding transportation, there are a number of transportation-related variants. We had extensive conversations with transportation staff. On parking, cycling, on solid waste storage, the location for everything and the approach to the bike parking, including even the post and ring detail that we included on revised plans. There's a supportive memo on file regarding vehicle and bike parking and access. We also work with staff to confirm that the payment in lieu of bike parking, which supports investment in bike share spaces. So even though we're requesting relief from the bike parking spaces, the spaces that are requested to be relieved will be subject to a future payment for that'll go to bike parking in the general area. Next slide, please. The requested variances, there's also green pea and other bike share stations around the area. Next slide, please. Just to highlight, the built form aligns really closely with the permitted EHON building types on the subject site. I note the direct similarities with the sixplex diagram at the north or the northeast, the top right, with the proposal shown here at the bottom right. So it's really in line with the form and scale the city is looking for here, and in line with the 3-story semi-detached building form of the previous approval from 2017. Finally, next slide, please. The requested variances facilitate 30 new rental units, nearly half of which are 2 and 3 beds, in a 3-story semi-detached multiplex form that aligns closely with the previous approved building form, scale, and siting, and picks up the new EHON major street policies and zoning. The site's been vacant for 10 years now, and we're trying to put forward a proposal that picks up the themes of the previous approval while making sure it's able to get built. We've tried to maintain that general approach. We have no height, density, or coverage variances. The proposal has been revised to add more rental housing in accordance with recent policy direction. And despite a larger 6-story building permitted on site, we looked at that. It doesn't work as well. This provides a better unit layout, a better unit mix, and it's buildable. We've worked extensively with staff and made changes to the plan in several instances to add green space, permeable pavers, ensure bike and vehicle parking are supportable and functional. Staff and development review have advised they have no objections to the plan. Staff and transportation are in support. And in my opinion, the requested variances across all 6 sites meet the 4 tests and represent good planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so we listen to the opposition first. We will hold our question to you, but we will listen to others. Thank you. So, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the first speaker in person, address 71 Giltspur Drive, Franco Berti.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I didn't hear him very well because he wasn't on the speaker.
Oh, I see.
But
Sorry.
anyway, it doesn't matter.
Oh, you should have mentioned earlier so we can ask him to speak up more. Okay. Yeah, please, go ahead. Give us your name and address.
Okay, my name is Franco Berti. I'm an agent for my brother, Cesar Berti, who owns 370 Jane Street, which is the adjoining property to the north of the project. Okay.
Yeah.
My brother made a few points that he thought the project was a little bit overwhelming for the area, and on the basis that it requires significant setbacks, front and rear, in order to accommodate it, as well as on the north, on the lot abutting the north, and his project, in particular, he wants to eliminate the variance regarding a 1.5 meter soft landscaping. I understand he wants to eliminate. The concern is that the project is high, it's long, and by restricting the distance between the two structures, his structure and 370 Jane, it basically creates like a wall, which eliminates sunlight, spaciousness, openness, because he's trying to get closer to the two structures. That's one of the main concerns that my brother has with the project. The other thing is, I noticed when I was studying the parking situation, in the project they're proposing 4 parking spots, I understand. When I researched the parking situation, I was called to bylaw 892022, and from what my calculations are, based on the requirements of that bylaw, it appeared that that project would require 17 parking spaces. But there was no specific variance made in his application regarding parking that I could see. Other than that, I think that his concern is the project is infringing on a current, the property that he owns by virtue of being large, high, and requires significant setbacks to accommodate. That's basically his position. I'm not saying that it opposes the official plan or anything like that, but that's his concern. Okay, that's basically it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just wait, see, we have questions.
Just one quick one. I missed the address, your brother's address that you mentioned.
370 Jane.
370.
That's the north.
Just north of.
Yeah, it abuts the property there. Yeah, in some of his plans it actually shows, but not in this particular case.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to look for it too.
Yeah, it's one of the pictures.
Oh yes, it's right on the north side. Yeah.
Yeah, just on the north side.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
How tall your brother's house is?
It's a 2-story.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's 11 meters high, but it could be. Well, with the top of the roof, it might be because it has a slanting roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
Does your brother reside at 370 Jane?
No, it's a rental.
And how many units?
4.
Thanks.
Oh, I see. That's good information. Okay, thank you. Yeah. No, we don't have any more. Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll call up the next speaker at 96 Cherthui Drive, Bob Murphy.
96 Raymond.
Cherthui
Okay.
Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and committee members.
Okay.
My name is Bob Murphy.
Yes.
And I do work with the City of Toronto Transportation Accessibility, consulting on on-the-ground site visits. And I'm also with the LEG Lived Experience Advocacy Group, the City of Toronto on poverty reduction. I lost my page here, so I'll just kind of wing it on this proposal that there's not one spot for accessible parking at those units. And looking at the schematics, I believe I've lost it now. I'm having a little difficulties navigating this morning. Not one parking spot for accessibility.
Okay.
Not one. And looking at the schematics, of these units, it looks like from that picture right there, it looks like there's approximately 8 stairs to every unit. And this is probably 8 stairs going down and 8 going up. I don't know how you get to the 3rd floor, but all these units are accessible by stairs. So what that leads to tell me is that none of these units, unless I'm wrong, unless somebody can tell me different, that none of these units in this proposal is accessible for somebody with a mobility device.
Mm-hmm.
Not one unit. This is 2026. We got to move forward. We're so far behind. There's no thought in this proposal that I could see that includes accessibility for our most vulnerable community members. And this is horrifying. This is horrifying. It just indicates that there's no thought given whatsoever for our community members that rely on electric wheelchairs, manual wheelchairs, and rollators will not be able to access any of these units. Not only as rental units, as tenants, but also as visitors. So if I'm a visitor and I'm in my van, I have to take out my wheelchair, I have to park, I assume it's municipal parking on Jane Street on the east side. So once I navigate across the street, how am I going to get into one of these units? I'm not. And that sends a message, a very disturbing message. My message is very clear that we got to start moving forward on this, and we should never allow a proposal like this to move forward with no consideration of all our community members, our seniors, and our disability recipients. Thank you.
That's really good point. We will get the applicant to respond to that. Yeah. But as far as I understand, but of course there are so many bylaws and regulations, I do not know which apply to what developments. As far as I know that the laws and regulations require very few units at a certain percentage, but maybe it does not apply to this one. We're going to get the applicant to respond to that. Yeah.
I don't think we got this speaker's address, or if we did, I didn't hear it. Just your address, sir.
Pardon me?
What's your address?
My address is 96 Trethewey.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in Ward 5. I'm not in that particular ward. But the City of Toronto, the GTA, the City of Toronto entirely is my backyard.
No, of course, it's just for the record, we ask that of everyone.
Yeah, just for the record. Just
96 Trethewey Drive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, yeah.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll call up the next speaker in person at 5 Thornhill Avenue, Roger Moyer.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Roger Moyer, and my wife and I own the house at 5 Thornhill Avenue, which is immediately behind and kitty corner to this proposed development.
Yes.
As you meet to decide whether to grant or modify any of the 9 variances, I would ask you to focus on 2 words. First word is minor. And I think a lot hinges on that word. Now, I'll use an analogy. You know, the speed limit in Toronto on many streets is 40 kilometers an hour. If you go 41, 42, 43, the police are not going to bother you. That is a minor variance to the speed limit. But if you drive at 50, 55, 60, you're almost likely going to get a ticket because it is not a minor variance. And it's the same with planning. If you're required to have, by the bylaws, a 3.72 meter setback, and you ask for one that's 3.5 meters, 3.25 meters, fine, that's a minor variation, and you'll probably get it. But if you're asking to eliminate the setback altogether, if you're asking for a significant reduction in softscape landscaping, if you're asking for no long-term bicycle parking, and as my previous speaker said, no accessible parking, you are not asking for a minor variance. To use the analogy, this developer doesn't want to go 43 kilometers in a 40 zone. They want the speed limit thrown out altogether. The lack of any long-term bicycle parking, to me, is particularly egregious. There are 4 parking spots planned. I understand completely there could be 0 parking spots for cars, but if there's little or no car parking, then there has to be an alternative. And the city policy is quite clear. The alternative is walking, TTC, or bicycle parking, bicycle transport. And bicycle transport means if you live somewhere, you need some place to store your bicycle, not attach it to a post and ring city device. Some long-term secure bike storage is what's required. The city policy is very clear. It was only last December that the Transform TO Net Zero Action Plan was approved by City Council. This is for the years 2026 to 2030, and that is in line with all of the city policies regarding transport by bike. So I don't quite understand how the developer expects to encourage or facilitate transport by bicycle when there's no long-term place to store a bike if you happen to live in this place. In fact, it's actually hard for me to imagine in 2026 any developer coming to the city and even proposing any housing without any long-term bike parking. The second word I'd like you to focus on is the word desirable. So more housing in Toronto is certainly desirable, and I'm not opposed to this development per se. But that doesn't mean, because I'm not opposed to the development, that doesn't mean the developer can do anything they want irrespective of the bylaws. What is desirable at the macro level for the city is fine, but that may not necessarily be desirable for the people who are actually going to be living in this building if it's built. Do the people who live in the building, would they want little or no soft landscaping? Would they want to open is it desirable for them to open their front door and basically fall onto the sidewalk on Jane Street because there's no setback? Do they want to live? Is it desirable for them to live in a building where they can't even store their own bicycle? If there are bylaws about setbacks and about long-term biking, they're there for a reason. We all know it. They're there to avoid the abuses of the past, and they've been well thought out by city planners and developers themselves. So they're there for a reason. My suggestion to you is that city bylaws should not have to bend excessively with minor variations, should not have to bend to accommodate a developer. The developer's plans should bend to accommodate the city's bylaws. And so this developer says the proposal meets the 4 tests. I submit it does not. The variances may be coherent with the general intent of the bylaws and the official plan, but they are certainly not minor, and they are certainly not desirable, not for the future residents of the building and not for the neighborhood. So my request to you, Committee of Adjustment members, is this. Ask this developer why somehow it cannot design a project that complies with the regulations or with minor variances. If these variances are not granted, the 9 variances, why will this project not go ahead? I also want to point out finally one thing. My neighbors and I were surprised to learn only in the last 3 weeks about this project, which is a bit surprising. I don't know if the developer had been a little bit proactive, if they'd taken a little bit of time to come around and talk to us about this project, if they'd listened to some of our concerns, then they could have avoided this whole Committee of Adjustment process, and they wouldn't possibly have to go back to the drawing board. So what I'm requesting respectfully is that you require the developer to resubmit the proposal, and this time they should respect the city's bylaws, or again, with minor variations. They should respect the surrounding neighborhood, and they should, above all, respect the people who are going to be living in this project if it ever comes to fruition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It doesn't. Yeah, do we have a question for this figure? Okay, thank you very much, yes.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that's all the speakers in attendance, so I will move on to the speakers online.
Yes, please.
And the next speaker is at 3 Thornhill Avenue. John, you've been unmuted.
Hey, hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. I guess you get the Vince Carter jersey in the back, and I didn't blur it. But thank you, Madam Chair and committee. So I'm John Karras. I live at 3 Thornhill. My property backs on to the development that's being proposed. It's on the other side of the easement if you look at the images. So first I want to say that I'm not usually one to step up and speak on these items unless I have like a big problem. I'm not usually one that goes out and looks for problems. So me being here, just my concern with what's being proposed. I believe the requested variances to the zoning bylaws would create an extreme amount of unnecessary stress, which is why I'm here today. The multiple minimizations of setback requests are being used to maximize the number of people set in the space. Not only is it not aesthetically pleasing, particularly on Raymond, which is a residential street, it also sets up a situation where the property doesn't have the necessary infrastructure to support the 30 units, which has been mentioned by the previous statements with the parking. You got 4 parking spots for 30 units, which I know we're all moving towards less cars, but what was mentioned previously by Roger, there isn't the biking. This is going to push parking onto the residential streets that are already stressed for getting parking permits. It's not reasonable to expect of a 30 unit building, it will only require 4 parking spots. We're just not, we're not there yet.
Okay.
And then additionally, all the garbage in the back for 30 units. And related to that is the rear yard setback reduction request in chapter 10104070B. The setback being removed would also take out the tree line that provides privacy for the neighborhood. And there's a lot of fully grown trees on that tree line. As well, I just want to call it the easement and the safety of the laneway. So the proposal suggests a laneway that's on Raymond. It's shown in one of the pictures that you had previously. It's like the green space one. But if you're going to take away the setback there, that's already a very dangerous turn coming out of that laneway. I use that laneway. And if you're going to minimize the setback there, that's going to make that corner even more dangerous for turning out of, which is the proposal. And again, the proposal is for these 4 parking spots in the back, but if that's, I don't know, is garbage going to be accessing through there, visitors through there as well? It's like, it's going to get a lot more traffic and going to make it a more dangerous situation that it already is. The last piece that I do want to call out, Roger mentioned it earlier, but we got this communication a couple weeks ago, and I think it was, the way it was communicated was confusing for a lot of neighbors. A lot of people thought it was just the 10 units, the way it was worded, because that was the initial proposal. You had to really dig in to understand that this was a 30 unit proposal. And I think that's probably honestly why you don't have more people here today, against this proposal in its current state. So that's it from me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let's just wait, see whether we have questions for you. No, okay. No, we don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm making the next speaker unmuted. Marco, you've been unmuted.
I'm here.
Hi. Yep, we can hear you clearly. Yeah.
Thank you to the committee for allowing me the time to speak. I did submit a letter in opposition to this proposal.
Can you tell us your address? Give it your address.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. It's Marco Koroluk, and I live on 1 Thornhill Avenue, which is directly behind this application.
All right.
Yeah, I did submit a letter in opposition listing all the concerns I had.
It's on the screen, right? That one you, yeah.
Yeah, one of the main issues that I have, for starters, is with parking. And I thought it was very interesting that in the presentation that the applicant made a few minutes ago, he spent probably less than 5 seconds on parking.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it deserves a lot more airtime. If I was in the room and I asked people, anybody that does own a vehicle, to raise their hand, I'll bet you most people in the room would raise their hand. I understand that we are going to bikes, but we're also going to electrification. So allowing 4 spaces for a 30-unit complex doesn't make sense to me. Eventually, I think most of the people that live not downtown Toronto will want a vehicle of some sort because everybody wants to have autonomy. In the proponents' documents, they talk about green P parking, and I think the nearest one is like 7 or 8 blocks away. And I can't imagine any of us wanting to park our vehicles in a green P parking that we have to walk 6 or 8 blocks to and pay the money to park there. Just saying. So I would ask the committee that if you do want to approve it without an appropriate number of parking spots, that the committee impose a, let me just see what it's called, a no parking permit eligibility clause on the units in the building. And that would help prevent spillover of all the people in the building that want to own vehicles from crowding all the neighbors out of their parking spots right now. Parking's already at a premium. You know, I'm always watching the neighbors jockey for position. A visitor pulls out of their parking spot and drives away, and they go down a couple of blocks and pick up their car and move it so that it's close to their home. Parking's at a premium. It's reality. You know, there's no amount of discussion that a developer is going to try to convince me otherwise. Anyway, okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is of course the setbacks. This is just a blatant attempt to maximize floor space at the expense of the neighborhood and the surrounding neighbors. It's a horrible precedent to set. I don't know if the committee has my letter there, but he's the developer or the proponent is seeking to reduce setbacks just an obscene amount. And I understand why the person at 370's concerned. He's going to have a brick wall right next to his house. You just, I can't believe that you guys would even consider this, but this is jockeying for position, I suppose, with the Committee of Adjustment. The last thing that I would like to talk about is the services that have been proposed, and in particular I'm talking about garbage and recycling. They've drawn in a very pleasant, we're going to have these recycle bins, and everybody's going to come and put the garbage in the recycle bins. Well, I don't know, most apartment buildings that I've seen, garbage spills over, people go downstairs, there's no room in the garbage, even high-end condominium buildings, like I have a friend, if there's no room in the bin, they just open the lid and stick it on top and walk away. Okay. And this, of course, is outdoor. Mind you, in the information package that I received originally.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up. So can you make a quick summation?
A quick wrap up.
Yes.
I'm really concerned about the location of the garbage. Perhaps we can have some kind of storage in the corner of the building, roll up doors in the front to look after it, to get it away from all the neighbors in the back.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Any question to this speaker? Yeah. No. So
Chair, can I have a 1-minute bathroom break?
Oh, okay. We're going to break for 1 minute. Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, we'll come back.
while we wait, I just want to ensure there's no one else here in person that wishes to speak to these items? See none? Okay.
Okay. Sorry. We resume on item 7 to 12. Yeah, we have some other online speakers.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's all the speakers listed for this, so we can bring back the agent.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, he's here, yeah. Okay.
Hi.
Yes, yeah, you have heard some of their concerns, right? So now you have 5 minutes to address, or if you want more to say, you have more time because you got more applications here.
Thank you. I should need 5 minutes. I appreciate the concerns of residents coming out. I had a chance to speak with some of them briefly in advance of the hearing today, which is always good to do when you're here in person. And we've read all the letters, of course, as well, and discussed those with the client prior to the meeting. I'll go through the items that were raised. So on the 1.5 meter landscape buffer, this is an apartment building standard. If this were a 6-story apartment that were proposed here, which is permitted, we would need a 1.8 meter setback to the north, within which we would be required to provide a 1.5 meter setback. What we're providing is a 0.5 meter setback, which aligns with what's required for the setback to a 3-story multiplex. This is effectively a 3-story semi-detached. Oh, sorry. I can talk into the mic a little more. Is that better? Okay, sorry about that. This is effectively designed in the form of a 3-story multiplex. It has a 0.5 meter setback to the north, which is actually a little bit larger than the as-of-right setback for a 3-story multiplex in the zoning bylaw. Similar building type. With regard to parking, which came up a lot, one of the speakers referenced the 2022 bylaw standards. I note that those were amended again in 2024, specifically for major street sites, which effectively require 1 parking space for each apartment building. And so really the total parking spaces here, and there was a bit of a discrepancy on the zoning notice that was issued, but we're requesting the variances we require out of an abundance of caution based on the advice from Transportation Services staff who have written on the application. Based on that 2024 bylaw change, there's 1 space required for each apartment building. If we were to build a 6-story apartment building in accordance with the major street permissions, it would require 1 parking space. The city's parking requirements are market-driven. That's based on the 2022 report with that original bylaw standard. And when someone's deciding to rent a unit in a building like this, they will often have to assess whether the area is, transit connected, walkable enough, has services and schools and other facilities enough for their needs to be walkable. For visitors, there's street parking available, and some of the parking spaces on site can actually function as visitor spaces if they aren't leased to any of the tenants in the buildings. Regarding accessibility, which is a very important point, I do want to note that the Ontario Building Code was amended in 2024 to require that 15% of units in multi-unit buildings, such as apartments, be required to be designed to accessible standards with barrier-free access and the like. We are aware of this, and the architect is working on updated plans for building permit should there be a favorable decision at the committee today that would address the requirements of the OBC and ensure that the requisite percentage of units in each one of the buildings are maintained as accessible per the OBC. It's an important requirement. We're aware of it, and we're working to make sure it's addressed. There's no variances that are triggered resulting from it, and which is why the variance set doesn't get into the details specifically. The notion of minor came up. The idea of minor, in my view, is not solely a numerical consideration. It's based on context, on impact, on the relation to other permitted as-of-right developments on the proposed, on the site, such as I mentioned, multiplexes and the form and scale of the development itself. I do believe these are minor in nature. The variances, both cumulatively and individually, are minor in nature. Regarding the long-term bike parking, the bylaw definition for long-term bike parking requires it be in a building. And so, in that these are designed as multiplexes with no common interior space, there's nowhere to put the bike parking that would satisfy the bylaw definition for it to be long-term. We're providing 20 spaces on the site, and while they have to be called short-term because of the bylaw, it's our intent and it's Transportation Planning's intent, who wrote on this and who we worked with, that these would really function as long-term spaces as well. Lots of people park their bikes in rear yards and in other spaces with outdoors. I do. And largely function as long-term spaces as well as short-term where needed. So we've had lots of conversations with city transportation staff on this, and they're supportive. And again, there's a condition in the report to pay for payment in lieu of the bike parking spaces that are requested to be varied, which we're supportive of. The laneway, it's being expanded and improved. Right now it's a narrow lane. I don't believe 2 vehicles can get past if they're going in opposite directions. One of the requirements from the previous approval was to widen that. That has happened through a consent. That land remains. It will be improved with a vehicle travel space to make the function of that lane more safe in our view. With garbage storage, this is a requirement that's also an apartment requirement. It's not required for a multiplex. You don't have to have any specific garbage storage space for a multiplex. In this case, because we need to provide contained storage, we've worked with staff to make sure that it's in the appropriate location. Collection will be from the street, curbside pickup. And regarding, since these are designed as multiplexes, there's no interior space. Finally, trees. We've been working with Urban Forestry already. We've submitted requisite applications per their comments, and those applications can't proceed further until there's a decision on the variance applications, of course. But I know they have no concerns, and we're satisfied with their comments and requested conditions in all instances of the applications. I believe that covers everything, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I do have questions, but I want to check. Other members, do they have questions too? Please go ahead and ask mine after you.
So this lot's on a major street. It's across from a mixed-use area. There's a 6-story apartment already on the block. And it strikes me that a lot of the variances or even potential issues with this building might be mitigated if it actually were a larger development. You could have a garbage room, you could have interior bike parking, you could have more accessible units. I understand that the zoning wasn't always permissive for that at this site, and that, going back a couple of years, that's why it was proposed as, 5 single-family homes, which to me is a gross underuse of the site. But in this context, it seems like you're trying to squeeze too much into this sort of semi-detached multiplex format when you could do it in maybe a less impactful way to the neighborhood as a larger development. So has that been considered? And if you're not going in that route, why not?
It certainly has been considered. We met with the client on this and looked at a number of different iterations and approaches before landing on the one that we've ultimately submitted. Part of it is constructability. Part of it is the unit layouts that result from an apartment where you'd have a corridor going north-south, and the depth of those units, the required setbacks to allow for the vehicle circulation at the back. It becomes very challenging to make the units work. There may be, certainly with the 6 stories, there may be potential for more units in the building, but they're not better, and the challenge was you wouldn't really get a lot of 2 and 3 beds. It would be a lot of smaller units that are quite shallow and actually difficult to make the layouts work. It's due to the nature of the site and really the requirement of that rear lane, which the apartment building to the north doesn't have. They got a lot more space. So in that land's already been severed. It's still owned by the owner, but there's an obligation for that to function as vehicle access, and so that really constrains the site. And so the multiplex form provides better layouts. It provides more walls, more window opportunities, more fenestration, more space for natural light, and fewer units. But the ability to build it and actually get something built on the site, and the fact that we felt it aligned fairly closely with the previous approval in terms of form, at least, was the reason we went forward with the proposal that's before you today.
Yes. Yes, today, I'd like to ask my question because I'm on the same, sure. I have the same concern. The question is that why you particularly picked this build form. You don't have to answer that, but my question is that got to do with the classification of building that will affecting the development charges? One from the other, apartment building with certain units, you have to pay development charge, and a multi-houseplex, you do not? Is that?
No, the properties are already severed, so if we were to...
No, development charge.
Yes.
In terms of per units, I mean.
Well, there would be a difference in development charges if we built a 60-unit apartment building. If the sites were all consolidated again and we built a 60-unit apartment building versus taking the existing sites which are severed and built individual buildings on those. Under the previous approval, if the client went forward and built the semi-detached and detached buildings, they'd be able to convert those into multiplexes under the current bylaw now with a similar number of units and with a similar DC approach. So it does impact the financing of the project and its viability. It certainly does.
So the development charge will be waived for multiplex. You don't need to pay development charge for houseplex, right?
I believe there would be development charges for the first unit on each of the sites, at least, because there's no existing unit for which a credit is provided. So there would be development charges paid to some degree on this proposal. But that generally doesn't factor into the planning position that we have. That's a financial decision that's made by the client, and we're not in the room for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That was a helpful inquiry as to why, but so given that you have the built form that you have, the variance that I do have the most difficulty with is the long-term bike parking. Now, I recognize that transportation seems okay with it, and I understand what you're saying about parking, those visitor spots or short-term spots are meant to be long-term. That's kind of how I read the plans as well. It's the fact that they're not covered. It's one thing to be outside, but it's another thing to, I've made this mistake before myself. If you park your bike outside through a winter, you get a lot of rust, if it's uncovered. And so...
I'm looking at the plans right now because there's an overhang at the rear, and I'm trying to see if there's an opportunity for us to shift the bike parking fully into that overhang. Some of the spaces are underneath that overhang, at least one and a half of them in each instance. So some of them are covered by the building overhang, some are not. We could look at extending a canopy or something off the back of the site to cover the spaces as well. That's certainly something we could look to incorporate. Part of the parking space there is uncovered as well. And so we want it, really, and this gets, I think, at your earlier question too, the depth of those floors is necessary to get unit layouts that work and allow us the number of bedrooms we need. If it was a more standard apartment building, we wouldn't be able to achieve units on either side with less of a depth than that, which becomes a problem. We could certainly look to do canopies at the back and cover the bike parking.
No, that was my question.
And my other question is that I do take the barrier-free requirement quite seriously, because as one of the speakers saying that we cannot really go backward. A lot of the buildings that we have to cope with because they're built without this requirement. And as someone with family that required always a wheelchair, and it is a very difficult thing not to. What I was thinking, you said that you will comply with the OBC barrier-free requirement, which require 15% to be accessible units, which means that it's almost like you have to take 2 units from each of the 3 blocks to convert to barrier-free in order to meet the OBC requirement, right? So I was thinking, looking at your layout, it will be quite a substantial change. And I'm just wondering whether this is a premature application, whether you should actually make those changes so that it's a benefit to the public, the neighbors around it, that is going to be addressed, or at least then we'll also at the same time address the bicycle parking space. What I'm concerned is not too much of a barrier-free parking for each unit. It's actually at least one barrier-free parking so that they can be dropped off, buying grocery or whatnot, right? I find that's a little bit premature. If you have to comply with those OBC requirements anyway, I do not understand why these plans are not revised to that standard so that it is more accurate information to the community.
That's I appreciate the question. Regarding the accessible parking space on site, I can talk to the client about whether or not the south 2 parking spaces on the site are able to be converted to an accessible space. That my understanding is that wouldn't trigger any further variances, in that there's 1 parking space effectively required for each building. We'd still be providing 3, and 1 of them would be accessible. I could certainly inquire with the client about that. That may have an impact on the soft landscaping percentage unless we removed 1 of the parking spaces, and then in which case we wouldn't have an impact on soft landscaping. That's something that we could certainly take a look at if the committee were going to recommend a condition, for instance. That's in terms of the OBC requirements for accessibility, they relate to the buildings themselves, not the parking. And this was a subject of conversation with transportation planning staff. the necessity of the accessible parking.
No, I realize that. What my question really is that in order to comply with that requirement, the only way to do is to revise your layout of apartments, right? Because now you're split level. So what I'm saying is that might trigger other setback. I do not know because we do not have the plan or anything. But my question is, don't you see that it's a little bit, because you have to provide 2 or 15%, I think it's a little bit premature because the information is not in front of us. We will know that you have to comply with, but then as other community members see it, there's absolutely no accessibility units here. Yes.
I understand the concern, and I will say we've worked on a number of these buildings in the past, and usually the accessibility pieces are added when the working drawings are put together for the building permit application, which are usually a little more detailed. In this case, when the speaker speaking about accessibility concerns was up, I was texting the client and asking him about the status of those discussions with the architect, and they're well along the way of accommodating accessible units within these buildings in the architectural set that would be submitted for building permit. So without any need for setback or other changes.
I think that the chair's concern, which to me seems reasonably valid, is that if we actually look at the layouts that you have, every single entrance does have stairs. And so if you're going to make an accessible, 2 accessible units per apartment building, it's considered 3 apartment buildings essentially.
So at least the floor level will be changed, and the height of the building might change.
You'll either need a ramp or you'll need to change the floor levels, and things like that are could be a substantial enough change that it would trigger more variances. And so it's more to prevent you from being in a situation where it's more to save you from your self-question of you might be in a situation where you have to ask for more variances later. If your clients are willing to accept that risk, we understand that you're going to comply with the OBC requirements for accessibility either way. But yeah, the chair is kind of asking you a question to protect you from that potential eventuality.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I agree. I would not want to have to come back for any technical variances related to adding the accessible units. This, if my understanding based on talking with the client is that they can accommodate the accessible requirements in the OBC based on the design. The architect for this, Gabriel Fain, he's done a number of buildings of this scale, and he's puts together the layouts and the designs for committee based on the ability to meet the OBC. I don't have any concerns about the architect being able to accommodate the needed accessibility measures in these buildings. The accessible parking space is something that we would have to take back and try to accommodate within the space toward the south of the site. That could be an option.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Yeah, any other questions? Okay, we are in committee now.
Thank you.
So I'll maybe start by saying I do live in proximity to this site, not within the notice range, but I walk by it multiple times a week. It would be nice to see it not be a vacant. At times it's been piles of dirt. No site is good to be vacant for a decade, and this one has been. I think this is an improvement from a planning perspective, a significant improvement over the idea of 6 single-family homes fronting onto Jane Street in a commercial stretch that is prime for intensification. I do, I posed the question about would a 6-story apartment building be better for a reason. I do think that it could have solved some of the bike parking, garbage, other,
agree,
just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's more impactful. In some ways it might have been less impactful than, but I don't own the land. We have the application that's in front of us.
It seemed to be a financial issue there too.
So then, looking at the variances we have in front of us, I do think the variances are reasonably minor, with the potential exception of the bike parking, because it is true that we're building here units that are not for people that are not going to have cars, and then what are they going to do? The proposal to maybe extend a canopy over those spots, I think, is helpful, but I just don't see how we could craft that into a condition. So, you know, on balance, I think the application is approvable, and given that transportation doesn't have an issue, I think I could look past that variance as well, with the comment that I hope that as they refine the design, they consider that.
Okay, yeah, so I add my comment. I feel that this should be deferred because the information in front of us, we know that they're going to change because they have to comply with OPC about accessibility. And then I know they have very good architects. I'm not asking about the professionalism, but in terms of the public information and us, we're proving something in front of us that we know that is going to be changed. Although they probably can squeeze or design in such a way that comply with everything that they got the variance from. But I do not see the barrier-free parking, which require all the application is minor. I do not see that as minor, and also I think it's premature that if they can actually revise those things, and maybe just more easier for me to lend my support. And I do agree that this corner is good for putting more units in. I have no problem with the even the massing and the number of units. There's no problem. I think it's almost like if they create a little apartment, probably will solve a lot of these problems with accessibility and all this. But I just find that my option is to defer this case, or to me, I will not support it and now as its current form here. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, I would support a deferral as well for the reasons that you've given, Chair. I'm in a position where I feel there's too much significant neighbor objection, creating an adverse impact, which is part of our mandate to consider, and was very concerned about the lack of the accessible parking. The applicant is to be commended for being open to these criticisms and to change, but that's not what we have in front of us, and so that's why a deferral would also
they're open, they're willing to do that anyway, right? Okay. Yeah, please.
My only thought on a deferral is, you know, we shouldn't be imposing a deferral where it's not wanted. The alternative for the applicant is for us to refuse it, and then they'll have their right of appeal. So before we would vote on a deferral, I would suggest we should come out of committee and make sure they're okay with it.
Yes, that's true. But on the other hand, we are allowed to defer something that we know that's going to change substantially. I think in one of the thing that we just read before the meeting, if it's substantially changed, but then of course it's not changed right now, I know that. But we know that in order to comply with the building code, you cannot get around it, right? But then we know that it's going to be substantially changed. So we can, in this case, I think we can ask for deferral. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. This is an interesting application for sure. As the applicant had mentioned, as of right, they could build a 6-story apartment building. The decision as to why they didn't and chose one over the other, that's their issue. As my colleague mentioned, he doesn't own the land, so the decision is not ours in that sense. When I looked at all the variances, because we were dealing with so many items, I actually put it into a larger sheet so I could compare the variances. Overall, the variances themselves are not problematic. When I look at them across each item, from my perspective, they're not problematic. I think the issues that have been raised now, accessibility was one. My response to that is, I think the agent has been asked about it. He's conferred with the applicant. At the end of the day, whatever changes occur, and I think they taking the risk that if whatever the changes occur in the future, they may well have to come back. But that's a decision they make. At this point, they're not entertaining the idea of a deferral. So I don't think...
have we asked the question yet?
Sorry?
Have we asked them the question yet?
We haven't yet,
no.
But
Okay.
I suspect they will probably not be in
Oh, we
favor.
can ask
We can
and
ask
then,
them.
yeah, we can ask and then.
But I do not believe that, I do not feel that we should be imposing a deferral on them. It's a risk that they will take. And at the end of the day, they may well come back to us
Yeah,
and
you're
have
right, yeah.
incurred costs in the process
yeah.
and so on, and time. But that's a decision I think that they need to make. Overall, I think it's a good project, and like my colleague, I'm familiar with the neighborhood. That particular corner's been sitting around empty for a while. The first speaker, I believe, whose brother owns the property right next door, it's a rental unit as well with multiple tenants in it. It may not be as tall as the one that's being proposed, but this is a major street. And just down the road, we've got Jane's subway station. The buses run up and down all the time. So transit, it's mandated by a city that this is an appropriate use of the property. So from my perspective, I do not see a problem with what's presented to us in terms of the variances being requested. And when it comes to the building code issues, they'll deal with it when it comes up.
Oh, no, I'm just thinking, I just try to save for them a trip. But also, they do also propose to add at least one barrier-free parking. That means that the site plan will be changed. And then even if we put a condition say that one barrier-free parking will be required on site of which application, so we have to make that wording, or at least the clear direction is which application is required that one barrier-free parking. That kind of complication, if you think we can handle it, it's fine. We can get out of the committee to ask whether they agree to a deferral. If they do not agree with deferral, we can move ahead with our decision. Right?
I think you're right about the barrier-free parking. There's no way for us to put that in because of how the apartments are in double blocks.
Yes.
I'm less concerned about the accessible parking because there is, parking right there on Jane Street and a no parking zone, which can be used as accessible parking, right adjacent to the building. So I think the accessible parking issue, because of the no parking zones, is a bit of a non-issue because there always will be accessible parking right there. But
I can say what you mean. Yeah, it's hard to impose that condition.
Yeah, I don't. But if it were a yes or we can't really impose that condition with the applications we have. I think you're right on that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get out of the committee, and the applicant has to call whether he prefer a deferral. If he refuses, then we go ahead with our decision. Can you just answer that, please? Yeah. It's your call.
Certainly, Madam Chair. So just texting with the client here, their preference, naturally, would be for conditions to be added to an approval for the coverage of the bike parking, all the other conditions in the staff reports, and we would be happy to have a condition that requires us to explore adding an additional parking space along with transportation staff. If that lands us back here, it lands us back here. That's our risk, and we're happy to go down that road. I think I've been looking at the plan, and I think there's a way we could try and accommodate that. And we may not trigger further variances. We're very much happy to do that. If the committee is uncomfortable with those conditions, then we would certainly opt for the deferral and come back rather than the third option.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we can add a condition that you'll confer with transportation without it being definitive. Either it is a condition that there would be an accessible space or not, and then it's to which building. So I do think that's a problem. If we were to add a condition that the bike parking be covered, how would you suggest we word that?
That the plans be amended to include a canopy or other sufficient covering to add weather protection to the
long-term to the short-term bike
to the required bike parking spaces. Yes.
Okay.
It's a protected parking space for bike. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for your question. So we will not consider deferral. They want to move. Yeah. Go ahead. So thank you. Now we can beat you again. Yeah. So.
I think based on the discussions we've had, maybe I'll just move to a motion.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So I will move to approve through you to the Secretary Treasurer. Can I make just one motion for all of the applications?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we can.
The only condition that seems different is that there's a forestry 2 and 3 on one and 2 on all the others.
Yes.
You can list them, yeah.
I do have on record items 7 to 10 and number 12. It's urban forestry number 3, right? Okay. And then item number 11 would be urban forestry number 2 and 3.
Yeah,
okay.
Okay. Perfect. So I'll move to approve these applications, subject to the forestry conditions as read in by the Secretary Treasurer, and each subject to the condition that the required bicycle parking, that the design be amended so that the required bicycle parking be covered by a canopy or other appropriate weather protection. And subject to the transportation condition. And I believe those are all the conditions.
Mm-hmm. Anyone second?
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay. All in favor? You dissent, and also I will abstain in order to avoid a tie, but I do not support it. So it's 2-1 is approved with those conditions. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's 2-1. Thank you for the item 7 to 12. So thank you. The next item, I just want to thank you for everybody to come. So just to conclude everything, the barrier-free requirement is in the building code. They will have to comply with that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The next item is number 13. Is 393 CARLTON Street. This is to alter the existing 3-story row house dwelling by enlarging the existing ground floor covered porch with new front stairs and a new front basement walkout. And we have received a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, a revised site plan, a red line public notice, and a revised zoning notice. We have received a heritage plan from the agent and 9 photographs, a cover letter from the agent, and also a cover letter from the owner, and a decision affecting the property, and an arborist report, tree plan from the agent, and location plans and photos from the agent. We receive communication from transportation engineering staff, report from urban forestry, and also we receive support from 360 Sumac Street and 11 letters in support from Sumac and also Carlton Street. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers for this file.
Okay.
Brenda?
Thank you. Thank you. So you can give us your name and address. Are you both going to speak or you just one person?
I'm the agent.
Okay.
And the designer. My name's Brenda McNesson, 450 St. Clair Avenue East, Toronto. This is the owner.
Oh, okay. So you do not have anyone in opposition to speak to your. You do not have any oppositions.
Correct.
So we just give us your name and address, and we can start on that from that. Yeah. Your own name and address.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had done. Brenda McNesson from 450 St. Clair Avenue East.
Okay, thank you. And also, you have made some revisions on your variances, so we should go through the revision first, and you have to confirm the change for us.
Very well. So through consultations with zoning and heritage, and I suppose I should just say now, heritage has issued a permit July 20th. It just wasn't automatically put into the file, and I submitted it too late for it to be added to your file. So I could probably show you the variances.
No, you don't have to. We just go. You have already marked them up, but I need you to confirm it. But from the change, all the changes on the paper, one by one. Variance number 1, you change to. You have to confirm the number here.
Variance number 1 is heritage, correct?
It's to do with the exterior stair. You have changed it to 0.1 meter. Do you confirm that?
We have, yes.
Okay. And items number 2, you also changed the percentage. I need you to confirm that.
Correct.
Which changed to 14.6%, 1.611 square meter.
Correct.
So that's it. That's we need to confirm that. And we do not need a presentation from you. Usually, when there's no opposition, we'll ask the panel whether they want to have a presentation.
Very good.
Yeah. No? So any questions? Okay, we do not have any questions either. Do you want to address the panel anything before we make a decision?
I would just like it to be approved.
Okay, that's a good comment. Okay, we are in committee now. Yes, please, yeah.
So I think we can probably accommodate that request. Compared to the other applications we've been seeing, this is really small, what they're trying to do. And that's despite the fact that the landscaping variance on its face reads really large as a number, but when you look at the very small constrained size of their front yard, like we sometimes see this, really all the green spaces in the boulevard, it's not in their yard. So I would move to approve this application subject to forestry number 1 and the transportation.
As amended application.
As amended.
Yes, and you second. All in favor with the condition of the amended application. All in favor is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
With forestry condition 1. Thank you. So we move to item number 14 is 413 COXWELL Avenue. This is to alter existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition. The existing dwelling, which contains 2 residential units, will be converted into 1 residential dwelling unit. We have a survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, 6 photographs, and also we have 1 opposition from 393 COXWELL Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this file.
Oh, okay.
Tomaz, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. My name is Thomas Grau, and I'm the agent for the subject property.
Okay. You do not have any opposition in person, but there's an opposition from 393. It's on submitted written. Can you address? She's not happy with item variance number 2 or 3, number 1. So. Can you just briefly address that and then we can move on?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, did you give us your name and address? Sorry.
Yes, my name is Tomasz Gural, and I'm the agent for the homeowners at 13 Coxwell Avenue, 413 Coxwell Avenue.
And your own address, what is your name?
My name is Tomasz Gural, is 720 King Street West, Suites 411.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you can start now.
Okay, so our project, what that we're doing is we're simply removing the back kitchen in the rear, rebuilding it because it's a little bit dilapidated, and we're going to build a room above it. So the comments from the neighbor, I don't know if they fully understood the project or not, because they made a comment about the parking. There is a carport in the back, which you can see on the site plan if you shift it a little bit to the right.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're shifting it or not, but yeah. See, so there's a carport there. So the homeowners park their cars there, so there is no issues with parking. And they made a comment in regards to greenscape. I don't know if they were just reading it and using that, or they were looking at the property and what's happening in the street. Nothing is happening in the front, so the grass that is in the front is remaining. The same is happening in the back. We're not changing the landscaping. There is a lot of interlocking in the back, but there's also a planter with the existing grass and the tree, which is identified on the site plan. But that's how it is existing, and that's how it's going to remain, because this project is simply just removing the diamond shape existing kitchen, rebuilding that, and then you'll see the toned area. We're building a second floor on top of that, which will be a master bedroom. That's it, nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Any question to the applicant? Yes, we have some question here. Yeah.
Just a quick question with regard to variance number 2. You say nothing is changing, but you know your application, of course, has triggered this particular variance. And the variance is extremely small. I mean, 18% when 50% is required. How do you respond to that? Or is there some form of mitigation that you might suggest?
I mean, it is an existing condition. We were hoping it would be grandfathered because we are not changing or doing anything landscape-wise. If the committee does have an issue with that, if you propose where you'd like to see some more grass, we're not opposed to it, but we weren't really thinking about anything in the rear because we kind of left it as we just wanted to add the master bedroom on the second floor and rebuild that kitchen area. We weren't really thinking about landscape.
Thank you.
So the answer is not, they're not going to make any changes.
Yeah, perhaps we can, when we have in committee, I'll add my comments. Actually.
Okay, any other questions, please? Oh, no.
Maybe just to ask the applicant, would they be open to changes in the rear landscaping, soft landscaping?
Absolutely. If you ask us, if you give us, for instance, a meters squared value or percentage value, and you tie it to the permit, then yeah, we'll find an area for that and we'll add more grass. That's not an issue at all.
Through you, Madam Chair, the members don't do that. It's up to the applicant to provide further information about how much rear soft landscaping they can get in the rear that yard.
Yes, you have to give us that number that you can improve too.
Okay, so right now we're currently at 19.7%.
Yeah.
If we do 25, would that be acceptable?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have 18.1%.
18. Oh yes, sorry, I'm looking at the old one. It was the revised.
So, okay, we will consider that, but then give us also the area in meter square. 25% is...
25%, okay, let me just quickly do that calculation.
I think it would probably be half.
Yeah, so 25.63, correct.
25.63?
Yep.
63, okay. Yeah, we got the number, so that's an improvement. So we will discuss this in committee. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Is the applicant making this revision? Yes?
Yes.
So they're revising variance number 2?
Yes, they gave us the number.
Okay, I just need clarification from the applicant for public record that variance
Correct,
number 2 is being revised to 25%, which is 25.63 square meters, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Any other questions? Otherwise, we are in committee. Yeah. Right, that's a good question, and I think it's a good improve. They're willing to make the revision. That's good. So, yes.
You know, subject to anything anyone else says in committee, I do think it is an existing condition, and the applicant has shown willingness to change it for the better.
Mm-hmm.
And his renovation. Is asking for otherwise minor variances.
Mm-hmm.
So I would move to approve the application.
Yeah.
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, yeah, Sahi, second. All in favor of amended application? All in favor is approved unanimously. Thank you. Does anyone need a break, or we just go on? Continue.
Maybe a short break.
Just
5 minutes?
Yes,
Members,
please.
please turn off your videos, microphones.
Yeah.
Members, please turn on your videos, microphones.
Okay. We resume on item 15, 116 Borden Street. This is to construct a new three-story detached dwelling with front and rear covered ground floor porches with stairs and a rear second-story balcony, front and rear third-story dormers. We have a survey site plan, floor plans, elevations, and 4 photographs of the property. We have received oppositions from 118 Borden and also from the Harbor Village Residents Association. Thank you. We are ready for the agent or the applicant. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers in person in opposition.
Okay, thank you.
Jade, you've been unmuted. Jade, can you turn up your microphone, please?
Hello? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's unmuted, but the microphone is quiet on the speaker's end.
On the side. We cannot hear you. Can you turn on your microphone? Can you speak to your microphone?
Hello?
Hello?
Are you guys able to use Justin Sherry?
No, we can hear you now. Yeah, Justin. But there's someone else speaking in the background, or?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm wondering if you could change it to Justin Sherry instead of Jade Soriani.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to change the speaker back to Justin Sherry.
Okay.
Justin, you've been unmuted.
Yes, there we go. My apologies.
Okay. Yeah, just give us your name and address. And
Yep, I'm Justin Sherry, Justin Sherry Design Studios, 17 Point Street, Barrie.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You have some people here, deputies here to oppose your application. So we require a presentation from you for 5 minutes maximum, please. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
With regards to their considerations for the building depth, in speaking with my clients during the time frame we've been waiting for our application, they are willing to remove the rear porch, which is in consideration of the extended building depth.
Mm-hmm.
So, and in consideration of that as well, we actually have a 0.62 meter setback from the front yard right now. And we are also considering to move that forward to be in line with the front yard setback.
Okay.
So in that reduction, we would be 20.49, excluding the porch, and in addition to moving the house forward to that property line setback.
I'm a little confused. You have 2 variances in your application, right?
Yes. So this is just considering the one at the moment, the building depth.
Can you also tell us the revisions on these 2 variances? You're revising which one and for how much?
So number 2.
Number 2, okay.
Building depth.
Yes.
To be 20.49 meters.
20.49. Okay.
Correct.
And that's the only change?
I would just like to clarify number 1, possibly.
The other change that you've mentioned is to address the impact of the depth on the neighbor you were going to, sorry, that includes the moving it forward and the removing of the porch. Sorry, I was thinking.
No, but
correct, yeah.
Okay.
But it's not affecting any variances except that the result of it, that's why you revise variance number 2, the building depth, right?
Yeah, so instead of 24.46 meters, I'm proposing 20.49 meters.
Okay. So the second question is the drawings that you have submitted, do they reflect this change already or not?
The submission was from the initial submission. I do have revised drawings currently.
Oh.
Because this discussion only happened during the time today with my client.
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't have those revised plans. And so, the applicant has outlined that they'll revise the purpose of application to remove that rear covered ground floor porch with stairs. That variance number 2 is amended to read 20.49 meters for depth. Any revisions to variance number 1? Or does variance 1 stay as is?
So I would like to clarify that. In consideration of the total gross floor area, my drawings include the areas that are open to below, which extend 2 floors up to the roof of the 3rd story. It includes the area of the stairs and it includes the area of the elevator shaft. So in consideration of removing those items because they're open to below and not habitable areas, it would then reduce the total square, the floor space index, to 1.08% as opposed to 1.21.
1.08 and what area is that?
That is 231.90 square meters.
230?
1.90.
0.190.
Sorry, 90. 231.90.
Okay, got that one.
Through you, Madam Chair.
But I just...
Sorry, just for clarification, you did go through a zoning review.
Correct.
Correct. And they determined the 2 variances. Correct.
They're the ones that determined it.
Right.
And I just wanted clarification on whether or not that was considered for the open to below areas.
I just want you to be mindful that if you're making this change and you get an approval and you go to permit and it's not correct, then you have to come back to Committee of Adjustment with a new application.
Yeah.
So I would be mindful about making any revisions to variance 1 if zoning has determined what the measurements are.
Okay.
Or you also have the option to defer your application to get a revised zoning review to determine the accurate measurements so that you're not back before Committee of Adjustment with a new application and fee.
May I maintain the 1.2 meters then, and then just have committee consider the fact that we do have the open to below areas, the elevator shaft and the stairs in consideration of that?
Oh, so you will not want...
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. I mean, if you're stating to us that you just want to make a revision to the purpose of application as well as to variance number 2, then that's what you're putting before Committee of Adjustment today.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, but I think maybe that's safer for them. Okay.
Yeah.
So the purpose is changed to Sabrina, you know the change for the purpose?
Through you, Madam Chair, they've removed the rear covered ground floor porch with stairs.
Okay, thank you. So that.
I would like just to clarify that I wish to maintain the deck. I just wish to remove the covered portions of it, be it the wall and the column, which I believe is what dictates the building depth.
So you got that right. So it's just the cover. Yeah, we got that. We just take out the cover part.
Okay, perfect.
So now you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. You do have some oppositions here, yeah.
Yes, and considering all that, there's seems to be some misinformation provided by them. We do have an increased side yard setback. Previously, it was at 0.3 meters. We are now at 0.45 meters. as well as on the south side of this property. It was actually on the property line, the existing home, and we are proposing to comply with the setback as well, being the 0.45 meters. So with that consideration, we are a very narrow lot, hence the building depth requirement for us to inquire about. When you reduce the frontage from what is 17 feet, which isn't even in compliance with the zoning standards of today, we are actually only left with a 14-foot wide buildable footprint, which is justification for our depth. It is very difficult to obviously design something within a 14-foot buildable footprint, and that's because we're considering also the exterior thickness of the walls. So interior dimensions really are limited to only 12-foot wide. So considering hallways, staircases, bedroom requirements, we are justifying this now what is 20.49 meter setback. There's some misinformation about the use of the back being a balcony. The intent wasn't to have a second-story balcony. It was just decorative for the railing. The railing was only 1.5 feet tall, but with the removal of it, we consider now the privacy issues to be negligible for the neighbor on the north side.
Okay. So you finished? Is it?
Going to another point with regards to obviously the proposal may be encroaching with the footing depth of the neighbors. Obviously in these areas, it is a requirement from an engineering perspective to do shoring during the excavation. So we will be providing information for that at the time of building permit as well. Any and all trees on the lot have been taken into consideration and provided to the committee with pictures. Until we get our building permit drawings completed and identify the new sanitary line, the water line, we can't really identify if it's going to encroach on the root system of neighboring trees. But at this time, it is in consideration, will be prepared for building permit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we hold a question to him, and then we listen to. We are ready for the first speaker in opposition.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the two speakers here in opposition today. The first speaker is for (118) Borden Street. Aman.
Okay.
Oh. Just come to the podium, yes.
The middle one, and also turn on the microphone. Yes. Please.
Is that on now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Sorry, if I may just ask, we also have someone by the name of Jason at the same address.
He's my son.
Okay, so you're speaking for 5 minutes. Only one household is allowed 5 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can share the 5 minutes, or you can
fine.
take the full
He'll
5
understand.
minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That home on Borden Street has been in our family for the last 60 years.
Okay.
And we've had harmonious relationships with the neighbors at 116 Borden Street. We hope to continue that. That home now is where my adult children live and their partners. So it's very, very important to us. I've had some help in putting this thing together with an architect friend.
Yeah.
And after what I just heard, it's pretty hard to digest what is going on right now. This application is simply taking a small lot and squeezing a monster home to the detriment of the neighbors. We're the ones that are going to suffer. The south wall of our backyard will be a complete brick. We're looking at 10 meters of a brick wall. We have 8 neighbors to the north of us on Borden Street. They're going to be looking at that brick wall as well. This is not what planning's all about. First of all, a 1.0 coverage and a 17-meter depth I think is very generous. All the homes north of 116 are about 15 meters in depth. It's hard to calculate now because the original depth of 24 meters was a variance of 43% above, and the FSI at 121 was a 21% increase. But again, it's pretty hard to plan on the fly right here. And I think some of these things are just adding to the confusion. The other thing I'd like to draw your attention to is on page 2 of the application, on the top left-hand corner, there's something called zoning legend. You're gonna have to blow that up. But the lot front coverage, zoning is 6 meters, and they have 5.18 meters. But here's the really confusing part that I'm having a hard time understanding. Front yard setback, the requirement is 1.8, but in this document that they've provided to the public, they're saying 53.5 meters. So I don't know what it is, because that's inaccurate information. On the building depth, they're suggesting they can go 19 meters in this document. Again, that's misleading to me and the public. That's not the case. It's 17 meters. So these things just aren't consistent with being transparent with the community so that they can look at this information. The other thing I've highlighted is that the application that gets posted on the home, they have the application behind a metal fence at ground level, and it's impossible to see from the street, and you got to get down on your hands and knees on the sidewalk to see the application. So clearly, I don't know if it's malice, just an oversight, but transparency is just not there, and I think you have that picture that I've provided.
Yeah, let's bring that picture up, because I like to. I sort of missed that. Is it in your package, or is it?
No.
No, in the front. There's a picture of the front.
It's the one I submitted.
Okay. Let's wait. We can stop the.
Okay.
Bring that up.
We'll continue on.
The staff is looking up for that. Okay.
Yeah, and I want to acknowledge and thank you for our Residents Association to be on our side in opposition of this, because this would set a bad precedent for the whole neighborhood, where you have the view from the backyard of being a brick wall. So here's a picture of 118 Borden Street looking south. What they're proposing in this diagram is basically allowing us to look at a brick wall for the rest of life while this thing is up. It's totally unacceptable. It doesn't deal with any of the concerns with the building plan in terms of streetscape, both front and back. The established patterns of the backyards are destroyed by this, and this is happening nowhere else on the street. No one's going beyond the 17 meters. Now, what this applicant could do, and we're prepared to sit down with them, is they have a double car garage at the end of the lot. As of right, they could put a garden suite there. This would give them added living space without destroying our backyard living space, without providing the concerns that we have with privacy and lighting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, do we have questions for this speaker? No? No. I'm so sorry. I just want to confirm your address is your is 118.
I live at 685 Coldstream. My adult children live at 118 Borden Street.
118,
and
yeah.
that's where I grew up, and I am the homeowner.
So I
yes.
understand. So you're on the north side, yeah.
Yes, on the north side.
Okay, thank you. That's, I can understand now the context more. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, maybe I didn't see the photo yet. I just wanted to get some clarification on the notice issue and how the notice was posted.
Could you bring that picture up? I sent you there was 3 pictures. Okay, there's the notice picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's at ground level. It's behind the fence.
Mm-hmm.
And it's clearly not prominent or visible. And according to the guidelines, the notice must be clearly visible to the public from the sidewalk or the roadway, should not be obstructed by trees, fences, vehicles, or construction material.
Mm-hmm.
I think that fails the test.
Mm-hmm.
And it's consistent with other inconsistencies in this application.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, we want to be good neighbors. We've been good neighbors to those people on 116 Borden Street for 60 years, and we want to continue that.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, can we just get clarification? This is posted along the fence that's fronting the sidewalk?
Correct.
On the main street?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's got frontage on the street, on
Correct.
the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Is it behind a fence?
But my understanding, it's not supposed to be blocked by a fence.
That's legible, yes?
If you get down on your hands and knees, it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, we're trying to evaluate whether it is it fit the improper posting or not. So I think it's. I'm not.
Through you, Madam Chair, I wouldn't consider this improper posting. It's, you can see through the fence, it's there, it's fronting the main sidewalk, the main street, it's legible.
Okay, then. Okay, thank you. And any question to this speaker? Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have another speaker here in person. For 118 Borden Street, Aman.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're hearing from the same owners of the properties, right?
I'm not an owner, I live there. I live on the main floor. And there's someone calling in, his name is Jason, and he lives on the upper floor, but we were like separate units.
Yeah, but the rule is that from the same address, you only allow 5 minutes. So it's already used up the 5 minutes.
Well, it's one per residence. Are you in separate units or just separate
Yes, sir.
floors?
We're in separate units. So Jason's on the upper unit. I'm in.
I don't live at the house.
He's a homeowner, but he doesn't live
But
at
he's
the house.
representing the property. That's what.
My thought, but I leave it to you, obviously,
Yes,
is that maybe the renter is a separate
Oh,
residence,
I
but the
agree.
son
I
has to take
yeah.
whatever time was left.
No,
you know?
I agree. I always like to listen to opposition, except that I do not know whether we can have the rule waive.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would allow 2.5 minutes per renter, and we'll leave it at that.
Okay, so that's fair, right? You have 2.5 minutes, and the other renter 2.5 minutes. Okay, so are you ready? Give us your name and address just for a record.
Well, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Amin Jawar. I live at 118 Borden Street, which is directly next to 116 Borden Street. My main concern is the variance of depth. It was originally 24.46 meters. I believe the applicants said they will reduce it to 20.4 meters.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Can I see that picture that was up with the measurements? I can't really, okay, I think that's it. As you can see here, you can still see how it blocks the sun. My main concern with the variance is the quality of life, and I'll just really quickly go over how it impacts my quality of life. So like when we step out, as you can see, the sun rises at the front of the house and it goes on the left side of the house. So it goes all the way across 116 Borden. So it's all predominantly like it's there throughout the whole days on 116 Borden. But with a 3-story, even the 20.4 meters, it still obstructs the sunlight. With sunlight, yeah, I have a garden, I have vegetables. I just got a 3-month-old puppy, enjoys the sunlight. But I also want to say it's more than just sunlight to me. It's healing. I have a cone rod dystrophy. It's a medical condition where I lose eyesight. It's progressive disease, and I progressively lose my eyesight. But but the thing is, over the past few years living there. With like, I have a routine where the sun is more than light, it's healing. I do yoga, meditation for hours in front of the sun, and it's, the doctors have said it's stabilized my condition where I was supposed to lose eyesight 5 years ago. So I wanna stress, I use that backyard, that's my quality of life, that's how I'm able to be here today and still see you, some of you. And you can see even with, listen, with the variance, you're allowed, I'll just wrap it up, you're allowed 17 meters. Even with 20.4 meters, there's still 20% increase in depth. That still impacts my quality of life. It's a big deal, the sun. And I just want that to be a consideration with the board here. It's not a small thing, it's almost everything. And also, there's the aspect of privacy. As you can see, the windows. The bottom floor window is my washroom.
Yes.
Is that good enough? Am I over my 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2.5 minutes you have.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the 30 seconds.
So that's fine. I have a question
go ahead.
To ask. Have the next door neighbor who was building this extension, have they contacted you and discussed with the expansion before?
The only thing they said was, hi, nice to meet you. We're thinking of building something. And I was like, okay.
So they do not sit down with you and discuss certain things that might impact you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's one thing.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have one speaker online, and I will unmute.
Oh, okay.
Jason, you've been unmuted.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, Jason, you understand you only have 2.5 minutes to speak to...
Yeah, not a problem. I think most of it's been covered. So yeah, I'm on the second floor unit of 118. Okay. And I can speak on behalf of like the initial plan. I know they're trying to say they're making changes last minute here, but I can only speak on the permitted depth of 17 meters that they want to increase to 24.46 meters. Which is exceeding the bylaw zoning permit by 7.5 meters, 44%. And I want to note that the height isn't a variance, but that depth in combination with the 3 floors is just going to create a huge mass of a structure next door to us. I'm particularly concerned because the extension of this house it actually extends beyond the full depth of my current backyard. And our backyard is a well-used space. We use it there's a small garden that runs alongside. It's a modest yard, but it's there for dog play, gardening, family barbecues, connecting with nature, as Amin has suggested. The result would significantly change the existing openness, sunlight, sky view, tree view, and create like a greater sense of enclosure. And yeah, it'd substantially affect my ability to maintain and enjoy a garden. And I think the garden actually runs alongside the property line, so I think that the garden will probably be completely trampled during construction as well. And it also obstructs like my living room window, sunlight and the tree line that I am able to see. And I just thinking about this proposal, I think of the contrast between like the elderly neighbor who used to live next door that we used to like share produce from our garden with. And, that sort of like simple, like neighbor connection that's kind of being replaced in contrast with this like just giant vast wall being kind of erected in place. And I think that visual contrast kind of represents a significant change in the character and the experience of the space and just the whole neighborhood as a whole. And And I want to say, like, I've met with the neighbors, the new neighbors. I've met them and had like many pleasant interactions with them. And I genuinely hope that they will come to enjoy the neighborhood as much as we do. But at the same time, I believe new development should allow new residents to enjoy their homes while respecting the existing neighbors and the established character of the community. I also think it's important to note that this disruption to the neighborhood as a whole is really only for the benefit of a single family home. And their enjoyment of their property shouldn't come at the expense of the ability of the surrounding neighbors to reasonably enjoy their homes, their backyards, gardens, the open sky, sunlight, and the tree line and all that. And I feel like this neighborhood is really strong because of those qualities. And I'm worried that allowing the building to extend beyond this established will risk eroding these qualities. And I understand, I'm also concerned that this will create a precedent for future applications. And it's important to consider what approving a 44% departure from the established standard means for planning framework and future development in the neighborhood. So I understand that you have some flexibility for minor variance, but to me, this is not at all a minor variance. This is quite substantial in the impact on the community.
Thank you.
So yeah, actually, thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's just wait, see, we have questions for you. No? Okay, thank you. So do we have any more speakers? Okay, so we have to bring back the agent to address the opposition's comments. Yeah.
Justin, you've been unmuted.
Yep. Hello, committee. Just considering items such as the encroachment of their backyard, I'd just like to point out, even if we were to comply with the 17 meters, it is actually 6 meters beyond the backside of their house to that 17-meter mark. So that encroachment is happening even with compliance. And I'd like to point out too that in the R residential zone, if there's a duplex, triplex, or fourplex, the permitted building depth is actually allowed to be increased to a 19-meter setback. So the consideration of that, it almost brings it to where we're proposing the new building depth to be.
Hello? Did we?
Hello?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, we are in compliance with the heights as well. So you are permitted in this zone to do a 3-meter up to 10-meter roof height.
Have you finished?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't know.
Thank you.
So do we have questions for the applicant? Yeah.
Yes, Chair, I just have a quick question. I'm just looking at your site plan, pardon me, the submitted site plan, not a revised one. When you look at the proposed, and I suppose this is the 24-meter structure that was proposed. We know it's shorter now. The house just south to you, which I imagine is 114.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what the building depth there is? Just so I can get a sense of comparing your proposal to the 114. Because 114 is definitely very shallow. It's not a deep structure. So I'm just trying to get a sense relative to 114.
Yeah, there is currently, I use the old survey, which has the original footprint of the dwelling, and that is at 16 meters. Well, actually, it's at, if we consider the average front yard setback, it is 16.13 meters. But this existing survey doesn't reflect what's actually there. There's actually a 10-foot addition, so another 3-meter addition on the backside of that building.
So is it about 19 meters right now?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have another question. You did mention that you're going to make some revisions on the front of the building. I sort of missed that. How are you going to change your plan? What kind of changes you're going to make at the front? I didn't get it.
Well,
told me.
Yeah, if you can look there, it's currently set back at 2.31 meters from my front yard setback to the front of the dwelling. I'm proposing a 1.69 meter setback, or sorry, 1.72 meter setback that would comply still, but moving the house forward. So originally I had it set back a little bit from the required setback, but now I'm proposing that we bring it forward to accommodate the neighbor's request and bring it up 0.62 meters, which is the difference from the front yard setback requirement and where I proposed it.
Oh, you're going to just change the canopy of the entrance, but not changing the footprint of the building, right?
No, it's essentially just all moving forward as one towards the front yard setback, because porches are allowed to encroach into the front yard setback. I'm essentially proposing on the south side, you can see a front porch there, 0.35 meters away. It would essentially line up with this neighboring property.
Yeah, and then we do not have drawings that reflecting that change, right?
I have since done it today in the time waiting for our application to be heard, which I can submit and it would reflect in the building permit. But the rear yard setback at this point would be the 1.8 meters as opposed to 2.31.
And then when you say that you will delete the rear porch, the cover portion of it, or the canopy, but then you have a wall there. Are you going to take away that wall, that was the south wall?
Correct.
And then take away that column on the north side? Is that how it
correct.
is? Oh.
Yeah, so I'm going to remove the wall and the column, which supports the roof, and that roof above this porch will be removed as well.
Yeah, and then also the 20.1 meter that 20.49 meter is measuring from the front yard setback to the main wall of your addition, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have more questions. Yeah. No. No, we do not. Okay. We are in committee now. We do not have any questions. Yeah. Okay.
Well, just before we discuss the content of the application and just in...
Can you speak a little bit loud into the mic? Yeah, thank you.
In some of the discussions, it sounds like we might have a reason for a deferral for clarification of plans, but I am concerned about the notice. I appreciate that it sort of looks legible from a photograph, but the requirement is that it not be behind a fence. And one of the reasons is that the pickets or the horizontal lines might just obscure a number or a letter and sort of make the information not completely legible or accessible.
I don't know. I would disagree because when you're reading legislation like that, what's the purpose of saying let's not have it behind a fence? It's so that it be obvious to people.
Legible.
And if someone legible, but also if you see that notice, it's enough to know that something is happening and to look into it, right? Like that's really.
But that's really not, you are supposed to be able to obtain the relevant information from the notice. And that's okay. I agree that there may be room for disagreement about this, but the notice requirements are pretty important.
Yeah.
And there is a rule it not be behind a fence. It looks like they attach it to the fence sort of for the purpose of stability, which I understand. It doesn't look like they were trying to hide it, but unfortunately you do get possible obscuring of information from the horizontal pickets.
Yeah.
I guess the test that I would put to it, though, is do I think with the sign posted the way it is that there's any member of the public that would have been here had it been posted differently?
We do not know, right?
I just can't imagine that plausibly that would be the case. That anyone who would be so interested in an application at that property would walk by, see a notice that's that obvious, and not make any attempt to look into it further and attend at the hearing. I hear.
I think you're making the test a little broader than it is in the legislation.
Yeah, I will want to add my comment because I actually leaning to a deferral for different reason, not the sign. But if we read what our mandate is, the committee might decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that revised application is accurate and that all those entitled, this is the part, entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Obviously, those people are not informed of the changes nor the committee adjustment to the extent it's not just to reduce the length, but it's also to move this front. And then that, so that the whole setback is sort of shifted to the front, right? That's what it, but then if that's the case, if that's the, also I say they reduce the front so that they can still have the 20 over meter. But what I'm arguing about is that no one is actually informed of these changes besides during the hearing.
But that's common for us when the changes are changes that reduce the variance. It's changes that increase the variance that need additional notice. But these are changes that reduce the variance.
Yeah, but then the public, especially the people came to oppose, is that to me, this because the specific lot, they're very, very narrow. The building depth is a very key thing in terms of whether it create adverse impact or not. So if they were not informed, I do not think that is fair for the next door neighbors or whoever came to, because I think, I always think that this one deferral is so easily to explain to them. I mean, maybe they will get some support.
I mean, I would just say make the same point kind of in a different way, that anybody who would be concerned with a 20-meter depth variance would be more concerned with a 25-meter depth variance. So those people are already here.
Okay. So, yeah, you win the...
But that's my opinion.
Yeah. Often we do have revised plans as well when there's a big change like this, and we don't have that. We just have a description.
And it's hard to say that they measure from where, if they already also propose to change the front. How do the building department with this plan decided that it's not a inaccurate measurement then? If they taking at this is measured from where they propose to have the column or the front porch, then this building will exceed that building depth. And that's, to me, is the part that fit into whether it's accurate. I mean, we understand the context, but that's the thing that I want to raise, whether the information is accurate and people, because they can still not make those changes on the porch, right?
Yeah, if I may just, I think I agree with Mr. Gorge that because it's a reduction, if anybody had an objection to the notice seeing 24-meter depth, they would have been here. This is a reduction. So I do not believe it's going to change, even if you took that notice and put it on the front, that people will now suddenly, you'll have, 10 more people coming in to raise objection. I think if anything, it'll be, it's not as bad as we thought, kind of approach. So I would agree with my colleague that I don't think the notice makes any difference. I did have a question for you, whether if we can go out of committee to just ask a question of the agent related to the property next door, 118, because I'm looking at a satellite view of the property. And what's very interesting is that 118 has a very large series of, it looks like garages or storage spaces behind it. And they're garden is very small relative to the properties to the south. And when you look at it, the impact on them, on their backyard, as one of the speakers was saying, is a combination of not only a new building coming up next to them, but the fact that in their backyard, it's a very shallow backyard. There's a whole series of garages behind them. I don't know who these garages belong to. It's possible that they belong to properties that are on Ulster. And, you know, that's part of what gives them a very shallow backyard. And that's part of the context that, you know, when you're looking at site-specific context, this is the challenge that you have, which would mean that if 116 wanted to build, whether it's 20 meters or even 18 meters, it would almost always be an issue for 118 to say, well, light. And when one looks at the question of light, and we often get these arguments from people in opposition, my light will be impacted. Well, when one looks at the information that's available about us to, is light, do we have an absolute right to light? And it isn't there. Because we often will have people who will come in and their objection is, my light will be restricted, or access to sunlight will be, but it isn't a right. And so we're not here to judge whether that's the complaint. We have the two variances in front of us.
I'm not too sure. Light is not a right, though.
It's not an absolute right.
Yeah, it's not absolute, but I know view is not a right. That's what I'm sure. But light, there's certain amount of light. That's why we ask for shadow studies and all. I think there's certain consideration of their minimum sunlight. But anyway, so do you want to get out of the committee and ask that question? Those
I'd just like to get a sense of
bank of
what are those
colleges
structures behind 118, if they know. They may not know.
Okay.
The agent may not know, but it'd be interesting.
Let's ask anyway. So you can answer the questions. You are the one. No. Yeah,
Through you, Madam Chair. This is not the agent, right? So let's get the agent online.
Sorry. Oh, you're not. We have to ask the agent, please. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Do you?
Question. You bring up a great.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It brings up a fantastic point. There is like additional structure. It seems to be like homeowner built, like not professional in any means. So it is actually beyond that 8 feet. I would consider that, or that 10 feet. That 10-foot addition looks like it was built in the past. And then there was an addition beyond that as well. So it actually does go beyond that 19 meters. And to bring up, like if you look at 104 and 106 on the satellite image, there is a pretty extensive building depth on those as well, which I would say were more in line with the massing. It is almost completely in line when I overlay it. And then going back to your concern about the sign, we actually posted the sign, provided the documentation to the committee, and showed that it was actually on the front side of the fence. We believe someone flipped over the sign to the back side of the fence. So if you look at the initial photos provided, it actually is on the front.
I think the question my colleague had was not about the addition that you were referring to, but it's about the structure behind 118 Borden. That there's a structure that appear to be garages that face north is what they seem to be.
Yes.
If you can speak to
what
that is, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that's ownership of 118. It seems like it's another owner with multiple garages on that property.
Through you, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, we have a location map up. It shows that structure north of the site. And you can also see where the lines line up for each of the properties.
Oh, you mean the property line?
Right.
Okay, yeah, remember.
So it appears that it's probably owned by the owners on Osler Street. Yeah.
Actually, I think it even shows in the survey, the original survey. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So any other questions? Now we're in committee. Yeah. Yeah. Who want to?
Well, I'll speak to my thoughts on the merits, and then, but if there's a motion to defer, we can deal with that as well. My initial thought on this application was that I was very conflicted because on the one hand, we have a small home, and it's reasonable to want to make it a little larger, but the impact of such a large depth variance as was originally there of 24 meters, it just seemed numerically to be extreme, and then even on the site plan you could see how close the building was getting to the garage. Now, the 4-meter reduction is not nothing, and so we get into a territory where it's much more reasonable in my view, because the same question that the tenant for 118, the second floor tenant there made of, their enjoyment shouldn't come at the expense of the neighbor's enjoyment of the property, can also be flipped. Why should the neighbor's enjoyment come at the expense of this homeowner's enjoyment of their property? Like, we have a application here that's really a duality of who, these two properties are, one will be impacted or the other will be limited in their ability to have a home of the size that they want, and it's not a monster home. It's just a larger home. So on balance, at 20 meters, I think that maybe it's supportable, but it still is large. So I'm sort of on the fence there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I'm on the other side of the fence there. I just think it's a large
Can you
variance.
speak to the, yeah.
It's a large variance on depth, even with the revisions, and then taking into account the impact on neighbors, and we haven't really got a clear indication that it's comparable in the neighborhood. I think deferral is also a possibility. It's interesting, the applicant said that it was initially on the other side of the fence, because that makes sense. That would be compliant, and unfortunate that it flipped over. And we don't know how that happened, but it doesn't sound like it was the applicant's fault. But I do think it raises a notice issue. And I think I can also relate to what the chair is saying about the notice issue, just because we've had so many revisions without clear plans. And you can see that in the struggle that the neighbors who came and presented are having in sort of adjusting to all the revisions and understanding them. So I think I would vote for a deferral or lead a motion for deferral, but otherwise refuse.
Okay. Thank you. My take is that despite of whether the notice is properly posted or give notice to the community for the changes, I find that the site is actually even lot line to lot line is only 17 feet. This kind of site is very long, and they are unfortunately situated on the south side of 118. So I just considering the impact is quite drastic to the property on the north side. With this very narrow sites, I'm not really, when you say that 20 meters maybe is better, a lot better than 24 for sure, but is it like acceptable if they're still exceeding the building depth by 3.5 meters, which is like 10 feet, or over 10, yeah, about 10 feet. I find that the impact is too large for me to support, although it looks like a small application and then they're willing to reduce it, but still I think the impact is quite drastic. Don't forget it's 3-story. they're proposing in the back. Yeah. So that's my take. But it's, let's see whether we have motion, then we can go from there.
I take a slightly different position, somewhat along the lines of Mr. Ghosh, that, and this is a challenge for its context. So when we're looking at site-specific context, it doesn't matter whether, even if they reduce the depth to 18 meters, the challenge is the neighbor's property is so shallow that even a 17-meter 3-story, which they would be allowed to build, would have a shadowing impact. So the dilemma is not, that they want to build something. It's the context. Context is determining what we're discussing. If there wasn't that long string of garages behind 118, they'd have a huge backyard. But they don't. They are constrained by the very small backyard. And that's the reality they have. The reality for 116 is we have the space. We're asking for a slight, but it's narrow. So we need to try and build outward. And I think Mr. Ghosh said, it's their right to want to develop a house and live in it. I do agree that 24% meter request was excessive. The reduction is more livable. What might have helped with the design is if the second and third floors were stepped back, but they aren't. But that's their choice. So I think what we again have to look at are the two variances before us reasonable. As far as the signage is concerned, I walk past signs all the time. I think all of us do in the neighborhoods we live in. If you're really interested in that sign, you're walking by, you see something happening next door to you or 5 doors away, you take the time to actually read it. And I don't think this is blocked. It's not like it's a wooden fence that are 3 inches wide, it's there.
One other point I would say on the signage is it's something that our Committee of Adjustment staff here are the gatekeepers of. They look at these photos, and I would defer to their judgment and not try to create a precedent.
No, exactly. She already gave her judgment on that, I think.
The other reason to me for deferral would, we don't have the plans. I understand, but disagree with as well.
Okay, do we have then a motion or what we are leaning to towards? I mean, yeah.
One option may be to step out and ask the agent if they're interested in a deferral. If they are, fine, we can make a
decision
motion.
on it.
If not,
okay, so this is the first time
Madam Chair, we spent a lot of time on this application.
Yeah.
I think at this point, a motion.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So having heard that, I think I'll move a motion.
Okay, please.
I'll move a motion to approve the application as amended.
As amended, okay. Second?
Okay, yes, I will second.
Okay, all in favor? 2-1, and I abstain just to avoid a tie. Ms. Crawford at dissent. It's approved, 2-1, 2-1.
Through you, Madam Chair, for those that are listening, the members still have to hear items 16 to 19. That's from our morning session. And then the members will be breaking for 1 hour lunch. So I suspect that we will not start our 2 o'clock session until 4:15 or shortly thereafter.
Okay. So now we are at item 16. It's 34 Sullivan Street. This is to construct a new 2-story detached auxiliary building containing 2 laneway suites with a second-level south bulk canopy in the rear yard. And It's also facing North Sullivan East Huron Laneway. So we have a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, 3 photographs, and a cover letter from agent, decision affecting the property, and also permit to injure or destroy trees application. We have received comment from transportations and also from Metrolinx. We have support in from 32 and 36 Sullivan Street. They're both adjacent property. So we're ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person and 2 registered speakers in opposition, 1 in person and 1 online.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you do have opposition. So welcome. So give us your name and your address, and then we can start from there, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Yeah, this is Mai, and I'm come from A03A Young Street.
Okay.
And I'm the agent of the homeowner, and the homeowner is sitting next to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You do have some opposition, so we will need a presentation from you. And if you have any material you want to bring up to the screen, we can do that before your presentation. Yeah. Do you have anything you want to bring up?
Just floor plan and site plan, and might be the explanation we submitted.
You have a cover letter, right?
The cover letter.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Showing the neighborhood, the photos.
Okay. So are you ready for your presentation now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start then.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Mai, and I'm representing the application for 34 Sullivan Street. We are seeking minor variance to convert and extend an existing single-story ancillary building into a 2-story, 2-unit landway suite. Before addressing the specific items, I want to emphasize that our proposal is deeply rooted in the established character of the neighborhood. Along Orphanage Mills and the North Sullivan's East Huron Lane, the streetscape is historically defined by structure built directly on or very close to the property line and the land center lines. Our design respects this historic layout while efficiently adding housing. So first, regarding item 1, the request for 2 units within the landway suite. This 2 units layout is intended to provide long-term housing flexibility for the owner's family, supporting multiple generational living. It allows the owner to maintain a modest space for visits to Toronto while providing an independent living area for his son. Both suites are compact 1-bedroom units designed for low-impact occupancy. They optimize the size potential without adding undue pressure on local density or municipal infrastructure. So next, regarding our setback variance, item 2, 3, and 4. So first is rear yard setback. The proposed 0-meter setback simply maintains the exact footprint and the wall alignment of the existing structure. Preserving this existing line avoids a walking structural offsets and maintain the consistent spatial pattern along Orphanage Mills. And the west side yard setback. The site abuts 2 designed outdoor parking spaces because there are no immediate structural or residential massing conflicts. Keeping the existing 0.3-meter setback causes no negative impact on sunlight, shadow, or privacy. And abutting 35 Huron Street setback, similar to the west side yard setback, because actually that's on the same side. This maintains the location of an existing exterior wall, keeping the footprint consistent with the historical building pattern on the lot. So there's finally item 5, adjusting the setback from the land center line. So actually this property shares a unique 90-degree relationship with the North Sullivan's East Huron land. This is the dead-end land. and the surrounding structures along this specific land sit close to or directly on the land, on the property line, sorry, without a 2.5 meter setback. So our proposed 1.98 meter distance maintain safe access and align with the existing condition of the land. So in summary, every request variance maintains an existing condition or reflects the historical characters of the immediate neighborhood. And another thing is we got the two support from our immediate neighborhood, east and the west side. So we talked to them and we got quite great feedback from them. And finally, thank you so much for the time and the consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Yeah, I just ask one very quick question. I'm not too sure the photograph, or the second photograph you gave us that showing a hydro pole with all kinds, the second one. No, maybe the third one, sorry. The third one lower, yeah, that the hydro pole, is that will be in your way of in your addition?
The hydro pole is on the property line and next to the land.
Yeah, so it will, with your addition, you will not be touching that or have to require to be moved?
They already built a new post 2 feet away from our property line.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's a new post right now.
That's my observation. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we might have more questions to you, but we would like to hear the oppositions now. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have one speaker in person at 30 Sullivan Street.
Okay. So maybe you have, you just let her take the center chair so they can choose. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Penny Charter. I live at 30 Sullivan Street, and I'm here to speak on behalf of both of the residents of Sullivan Street. So basically, there's been a lot of stress on the alleyway between Sullivan Street and Grange Street. We've had solid construction there for 4 years. One subdivided property from Grange Street, and then a house on Sullivan that was converted into apartments that took 2 years to go. So we've had just constant construction noise for 4 years. This is on top of all the other, all the other construction noise in the area, all the other roadworks, et cetera, et cetera. The truck traffic up and down the alleyway has chewed up that alleyway so badly. There's down towards the east end, there's a big area that turns into a lake in front of a subdivided property every time it rains. So we're a bit worried, one, about just more added stress into the neighborhood, and which impacts our quality of life. We actually use our backyard space. We use our front yard space. We have gardens. And last year, for the last place that was subdivided on Grange Street, the truck traffic took out our internet lines, and then the internet company didn't want to replace the internet line because of all the truck traffic. So for somebody who actually does some work from home, this was not a good situation. I appreciate, we also use parking. Sorry, I'm not used to public speaking so much. We also use our back area parking space, and when there's construction underway, you know, trucks park in the back alley. Usually, whoever's the boss on the site, they park willy-nilly in front of.
Excuse me, I would like to interrupt only for to just remind you. You can stop the clock. You have very limited time, so maybe you can use your time to tell us to focus on they're applying for 5 variances, and then if any of the variances that will affect you, I just want to let you know that all the construction, all the noise and all that is not part of our panel we can do anything about. The construction issue, if it's really serious or noise, the other city department will look after that. So you only have a variable time. I just want to remind you that maybe you can use it to address to the 5 variances that he's seeking. Then maybe then we'll use your time better. Yeah. So you can start again, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can start the clock again.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't have specific objections to him. But I just wanted to say, and in a public forum, that if we're going to allow all this development, and I'm sure this will go through. I mean, I've been sitting here for 5 hours. I know everybody is very pro-development here, and it doesn't really matter what the impact on the neighbors is, but then the city needs to do something to make that alleyway more safe, because it is a mess. There is no plowing in the winter, and 2 vehicles cannot get by unless one pulls over, and there's less and less space to pull over because everybody is building up to the line of the alleyway, so which is maybe a lane and a half. So, anyways, I'm just voicing our complaints, and I just also wanted to say about the sign. There's no problem with the sign at 34 Sullivan. I didn't even see it in time. When you're walking around your neighborhood, sometimes you just aren't looking down at that level, and you just don't notice these things. I didn't see it in time to put my complaints in. Via email, because I missed it. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. All right. So do we have one more speaker, right? Yeah.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I'm currently unmuting the speaker now. Ryan, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, hello. This is Ryan Attridge from 38 Orphanage Mews. The property north of where the development will be, across on the laneway.
What's the number?
38 Orphanage Mews.
Okay, 58. Okay, sorry.
38.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Okay, am I able to start?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So the variance that I oppose is the item number 2, which is the setback on the north side. So I am about 5 meters north of where that currently will be. So the front of my property will be 5 meters away from this new laneway house. And I've lived in Toronto my whole life, and I don't know any property where the front, any detached or even non-condo apartment property where the front is 5 meters away from another property where someone is living, from a living dwelling. And it's going to double as well. It's going to double around the size, going from a 1-story to a 2-story, which, since it's south of me, it's going to impact my sunlight as well. And so whether it's 0 meters or 1 meter, it'll have a bigger impact if it's 0 meters on my sunlight than if it's 1 meter. There's also going to be windows on that north wall. So if it's 0 meters, then there's going to be windows 5 meters away from my front, from my front of my property. Also, it's going to impact my view. A big reason I bought this place is because it has a nice view of the CN Tower. After this, I will no longer be able to see the CN Tower from my front porch. So if it's 1 meter back, then that will give me just a better view. And in terms of being a minor variance, it's going from 1 meter to 0 meters. So it's 100% variance, which seems more than minor to me. And in terms of, the historical neighborhood and everything being at 0 meters, just a few garages down is a garage that's set back several meters or at least 2 from the laneway. So that's kind of sums up most of what I wanted to say. So yeah, I'm north of this property, and it will be around 5 meters from my front. And I don't think there's any house in Toronto where the front of the property is 5 meters away from another living dwelling. Yeah, those are kind of the main issues that I had.
All right.
Yeah, so just item number 2.
Yeah. So any question to this? Oh, I'd like to just to confirm, you did mention that with variance number 2, which will affect you most, right? The rear yard setback is require 1 meter, and they're providing 0. But you also mentioned that even if it's increased to 1 meter, it does not really change the impact on you, right?
No, it'll be closer to me, so it'll have a lot it'll be closer to me, so it'll have a bigger impact on how much sunlight it takes up and the privacy. And yeah, those are the 2 main items.
Okay, so you're still on the other side of that's still the off-road mills that separating you from the property, right?
Yeah, and it's like a 1-car laneway, pretty much, like 1.5-car laneway.
Okay, you're 38 now. I can see. You all right? Thank you.
If you look at this picture here, I'm on the right of it. It doesn't have my house on it, but I'm like right to the right of it.
So you think that the 1 meter makes a big difference from in terms of the sunlight that you were talking about? Even there's a laneway or street will affect you, you think?
Yeah, because it's already so close, like it's already like 5 meters. So, 1 meter, then that increases it by 20%, like the distance from the front of my property.
Okay. Because, all right, number 32, Sullivan, their garage or the structure is also at 0 setback, right? So that doesn't bother you that much?
No, it's mainly because now it's going to 2 stories. Now it's going to 2 stories, and it's becoming a living dwelling with windows that are going to be facing me.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Yes.
Just a quick question, Chair. You're in 38 orphanage views, if I'm correct?
Correct.
So your property currently is a 2-story, and is it also at 0 meters from the lot line?
No, it's not 0 meters. I have like a little garden in front, so it's not 0 meters.
About a foot or 2 feet from what I can see from Google?
Yeah, it's pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the lot line, right?
Yeah, but
I just wanted to get clarity. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? And then we move to, do we have any more speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is all the speakers for this item.
Okay, so we can call the applicant back to give us their response first, yeah.
Hi, Chair. I guess.
So you have 5 minutes. You can use 5 minutes to respond to the comments raised by the previous speakers. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But before that, I just want to confirm that the homeowner, he also registered to present representation. Is it okay that he?
No, because you can only use up 5 minutes. You should have told us, then we can share we'll let you share the time, but you cannot have double the time. That's the rule. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But there are other questions. You have chances to respond to questions. Now you have actually another 5 minutes to address the concerns just raised by your neighbors. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was there, and can you show the explanation, the last material we submitted before the hearing? So there would be a lot more photos. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so from the photo, actually we can see that the whole fabric for that city, portion of the city, is almost adjacent of the property line. So in our application, we just want to emphasize that we are just doing addition on top of the garage. But because of the conversion from ancillary building from a garage to a landway suite, and then we trigger that we are not qualified to use the existing setback. So that's the one thing that we trigger, that we need to come to a committee of adjustment to verify the existing setback. But actually the whole application, you can see, especially for the north setback, we respect the existing setback. So we just put in one floor on top of it. And regarding the neighbor's question, actually the 2-story is not in our minor variance request. So it is allowed by the zoning that we can build 2-story landway suite over there. So they just,
yes.
The first floor is over there. The mass in the volume is all just like the existing one. And yeah, I think I can share the 3 minutes left for to
yes,
the
please.
homeowner.
Yeah. Yeah, so can respond to the comments.
Well, first of all,
yeah.
First of all, the sun has no issue here in the house as the sun comes across, because we're facing north and south. So the sun's not an issue. But I want to point out that many of the houses that are there on the laneway already, including Ryan's house, a house at the end of the laneway, are directly on the laneway. Now, it is true I've lived there for over 45 years, and that laneway is in always terrible shape. I agree 100%. 100%. It's disgusting. But the point is that there are many places, when I'm looking at the west side of the building, where they're asking the second floor setback, the parking has been there since 1987. It's a 3-car parking. It's cemented over, and there is no yard there. It's actually a house owned, it's a gaming house by a Chinese corporation, and they have no objection that we've talked to them many times. So when they're asked, I had no idea there would be so many zoning situations when I applied for this, because we have a second laneway, and that changed the situation, this laneway in the back. But we're not entering from the front laneway. Muse, we're entering from the second laneway in the back, which is another issue in terms of setbacks. That is an issue, I feel, which complements us. So what I saw in the neighborhood is that there are quite a few homes which have the same situation of a house here, a yard, and then a direct house next to it, and then another laneway beside it. I have the addresses. 70 Beverly Street is one of those, where they have the house, they have a small yard, they have a house right on the property line of the next house, which faces Sullivan Street. So, and also at the end of Muse, there's another house that goes all the way back from Grange Street to Muse, and the back of that house is directly on the laneway, with an entrance to the back of the house, because it's an apartment subdivided space. So it's within the neighborhood of all the garages are basically on the laneway. It is a wide laneway. I agree that house took 2 years to build was crazy. I mean, my son is a builder, and he went through, even his company went in to try and improve things there. So that's a problem. But that's not the issue. The issue is not what's going on. And the company,
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, but I do have one question just to confirm. 38, your neighbor, 38 orphanage meals. It seems that it's like a two and a half story building, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they do have major windows facing the laneway. Yeah. But yeah, I see what they are talking about. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So it's actually going to be higher. This building will be higher than what you're building. Yours is 6.5 meter. Is it like 6. Yeah. No, you do not have a height. You do not have a height variance. Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. So, any question to the applicant? No. Now we are in committee. Just stay. We are in committee. No, stay. Yeah. No, you can sit. You can stay. We are in discussion now. Yeah. All right. So.
Sure.
Yeah, please go ahead.
We heard concerns from the neighbors. The neighbor across the way at 38 had a concern about setback, but his own building looks as though it probably received that same variance, and certainly the eaves go to 0 lot line. And then the building itself, and as you, Chair, mentioned, it's 2.5 story. So, you know, it's, but for the sorts of permissions that are being sought here today, his residence wouldn't exist. I mean, I think that's pretty clear that it must have had some variance. But turning to the application in question, so the other neighbor who has concerns, they really all were construction concerns. There wasn't a concern that I think speaks to the variances that we're considering. The fact that height isn't a variance, I think, is telling. The main variance that so the variance for setback and the variance from the center line of the laneway, there are certain variances that I kind of look for city departments to tell me if there's an issue. You know, transportation does a really good job of giving us reports when there's an issue about a laneway encroachment. So they haven't. So that suggests to me that that's not an issue. And I don't see any other impact of those variances on the neighbors other than whether it was an undue encroachment on the lane. So then we're left with a variance that I think is a very positive variance of letting there be 2 units in this instead of 1.
Yeah.
I think that's very much in keeping with the direction the city is going, especially for a neighborhood that's about as downtown. It's probably, I mean, maybe one could argue it, but it's probably the most downtown neighborhood one can get and be in a neighborhood of homes rather than apartment buildings. So it's quite central.
Yes, I agree. I'm in the neighborhood actually, not too far away. It is a very central area, and it's also the university area is still like the rise, and you can go to all these places, and there's Dundas streetcar and all kind. And I think that I think this is a good development. Given I know they have opposition from 38 Orange Mills, but their building is actually quite substantial. It's not a laneway house. I think it is an apartment building. And I do not see why these 2 units will be creating negative impact. I mean, there's still a 5 meter apart, a laneway in between them. Yeah. Yes.
If I may, yeah, I think to Mr. Ghosh's point, I think both the folks in objection One for reasons that we don't deal with, and the other, I think, is it's a bit disingenuous because what this individual has, he's opposed to similar thing happening across the other side. I think my concern always, it just comes back to variance number one, that ancillary buildings should be used for one living space, not two. And this is the major question. You know, in terms of the setbacks and that sort of thing, that's not as critical as that central question. Are two allowed?
Yeah.
No, one is allowed. They're asking for two. So my concern is more with that. I think in the longer term as well, one of the challenges that we may have in laneways like this, if there are a lot of two-story structures, becomes a canyon effect.
Yeah.
And that may in the long term become another issue. So I don't know if this particular two-story structure was not permitted because of that forward thinking. You know, what's the reason behind a single residential unit behind in the laneway rather than two? I'm not quite sure. But I'm a little wavering a little bit on this one.
But I can support the two. Sorry, I can support the 2 units. You know why? Usually, yeah, you're right about that. But in particular, this location, and this location, and they already built this apartment structure in the laneway. But this location, because of all the other buildings that providing multi-units, and also is very high demand area. And I think that will warrant extra unit. I think that is actually, to me, is a plus.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say as well, because one unit to 2 units is, sure, that's a 100% increase, but it comes back to what's the impact. And I think the reason, so they're not asking for a second story, so they could do a 2-story single unit laneway suite to the same dimensions. And so then why is it that the bylaw requires it to be only 1 unit? I think it has to do with other neighborhoods more in the periphery of the city having density concerns, and it being a compromise of, well, we'll let houses have this one ancillary unit, but it's not going to overwhelm your neighborhood with density. But this is a neighborhood where it's right downtown, and so I think the rationale for limiting it to only 1 unit doesn't exist here. That would be my counter argument.
Okay, sounds like we have a motion. Let's put a motion.
Unless Anne wants to speak first.
No, I'm going to concur with you that I think this area, the promotion of density is fitting.
Okay, so I'll move to approve this application. Transportation did a memo, but they have no conditions. So, and Metrolinx was an advisory. So, without conditions.
One to second. Who wants to second this? Oh, I will second it.
So, does Metrolinx not have a condition?
It's the comments. No. They have comment 2 and 3. Those under the title comments. So I will second it. All in favor with no conditions? It's approved unanimously. Thank you. All right, so we... Okay, now let's move to item 17. It's approved unanimously. Thank you for coming. Yeah. It's item 17, 402 Summerhill Avenue. This is to alter the existing 3.5-story mixed-use building by constructing a parcel 1 front 1-story addition, and the existing commercial use, which is like there's a clinic in the basement and first level, and 1 residential unit occupied in 2nd and 3rd will be maintained and unaltered. We have a survey site plan, floor plan, elevations, 4 photographs from of the property, and also email corresponding from the agent. And that's all we receive, and they asking for 2 variances. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this file. Terrell, you've been unmuted.
Great. My name is Terrell Wong. I live at 12 St. Andrews Gardens, and I am the architect and the agent for the applicant.
Thank you. You do not have any opposition, so I'm going to see if anyone wants a presentation. We do not need a presentation.
Okay.
Any questions, please? No questions either. This seems to be straightforward. I can hear your joy. It seems to be a straightforward application, I must say. Do you want to address the panel on any issues before we make our decisions? Yeah.
Basically, I just want to say that all of the work is done behind the front wall of the existing building, and it's tucked underneath that veterinary clinic sign. So those 2 doors are moving it forward. The dark door for the residents moves forward approximately 2 feet, and the other one moves a little bit more because it's farther back to begin with. And it just makes it easier for someone to get into the apartment, more than 1 person, because it is pretty minimum in there. And it makes it easier for dogs to get into the veterinary clinic. And that is it.
Okay, I guess that's why you know opposition. Okay, thank you. Now we're in committee. Yeah. Yes, please, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very straightforward and has minimal impact on the street. It's really, as the agent just noted, primarily internal beyond the top of the stairs. So I would like to move approval of this application with no conditions attached.
No. Yeah. Second, please. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Crawford, second. All in favor, no conditions. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. And then item number 18 is 36 WILFRID Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a front 2-story addition with a porch and stairs, and a west side rotunda staircase, and east side 2nd floor balcony, and a south side 2-story addition above the integral garage extension. And we have received survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 4 photographs of trees and decision affecting the property, and arborist report from the agent. And we also receive a letter of concern or interest that there's no name provided, but it's from 18 and 20 Surfington Crescent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person and 1 registered speaker in opposition online.
Oh, we have opposition. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon,
Hi.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And committee members. My name is Giancarlo De Giambattista. I'm the agent for this file, and I'm also the designer as a civil engineer.
Yeah, can you give us your address too?
Oh, 210 Inglewood Drive, Mississauga. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's just for record purpose.
Yep.
Okay, you do have some opposition. We will need a presentation from you, 5 minutes maximum.
Okay.
And if you have some material you want to bring up on the screen first.
I've asked staff to show quickly the overview where we're located. I believe the letter of opposition, sorry if you're going back, is just to the north of and it's adjacent, it's right adjacent to this particular, they share the lot line on the north side. So now if we can go to the next one, I will speak to the next slide specifically to 3 variances. I'm not sure if the committee can see them, but basically variance 1 is related to the building depth, and it's 0.29 meter variance. The way I try to eliminate this, but with the discussions with the owner, sorry, we needed a space to go straight up with the back wall on the house, and that creates the variance. At the front, we set back the 2 sides to give us some nice symmetry. and keep the house, including the roof lines, pretty straightforward. They wanted a simple house. They didn't want a lot of different things, but I suggested that in the design process, by moving back the front walls the way we proposed it, it helps reduce the impact of the massing. With respect to the third variance, this is the permitted maximum height of all the sides. And so, no, I'm sorry, that's, this is the related to, I'm sorry, the rear yard setback. I applied for the zoning review, and in the conversation with the zoning examiner, we had the challenge of dealing with the corner lot. So we had to choose which side was the front.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's true, irregularly.
So the way the house is built, if we had chosen the south side, then we were to deal with some other variances, which includes the garage on the front wall. The other challenge basically was then to pick the shorter side, which is normally the way we do it, or the way the cities require it. Toronto is nice enough to provide an option. Anyway, by choosing the east side or northeast side, we end up with a rear yard, which is really when you're looking at the front of the house, meaning the visual front, not the address front. We end up with this short side yard, which is the backyard. What I'd like to point out is in talking to planning staff, the question was asked by planning, what about the neighbor to the west? The neighbor to the west has a very similar setback on sharing this lot line. So I'd like to suggest or conclude that this is not really, when you look at it from the street, it's not really a rear yard, it's a side yard. The other variance that I can talk to this slide is the required minimum front yard. All I can say here is that is currently existing, and we maintained it. On the east side, there was an addition that was built some time ago, before these current owners owned the house. It's a fairly light structure. The foundation, I don't trust it as a civil engineer. So my recommendation was, because they wanted to go with the second story, that we really have to go back down and build a proper foundation. At this point, I'm not going to deal too much with the permitted maximum height of the elevations with the lowest point. That's really as a result, the way the zoning examiner explained it to me, because of the topography.
Oh, yeah.
We have to do the calculation for established grade, average grade, so forth. If we look at it from the main floor level, we really don't have a huge, this variance wouldn't have been there other than the topography. So I think at this point, I'm not sure from a process point of view, I can speak to the tree or situation, including, or allow the owner that's submitting the opposition to speak, and then I can speak back. I can respond to his. So I'm looking for directions from the chair.
You don't have to speak about the, because we do receive a report from Urban Forestry and they recommend something.
So if I can conclude, what I'd like to say to the committee, that I really worked very hard with the homeowners to basically not substantially increase the usability of the property. I think we've achieved that. Unfortunately, I mean, we did achieve the no GFA or SI index increases. I worked with zoning to make sure we were okay with that. I'd like to point out there's no height variance. It's obvious, but we again lived with that. And definitely we have no change in use.
Thank you.
So I think with that, I think we meet the 4 tests, and
Thank you very much. You will have a chance to address some comments anyway, because you do have some oppositions. So let's hear the opposition.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the speaker online at 41 Glen Owan Road. Catherine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Oh, great. So my name is Kathleen Moss, and I'm one of the owners of the address 1820 Survington Crescent, which is immediately north of 36 Wilfrid Avenue. Okay. And the property is already a multi-unit property, so it has it's a legal duplex, so it has it's a fully leased duplex. Mm-hmm. And we're not really opposed to reasonable redevelopment. Our concern is really the impact of this proposal on the immediately adjacent property. So I wanted to highlight three things. First, the mature protected tree. You were just referring to something in your site plan. In the original site plan that was submitted, the fully established mature tree was not showing on the existing site plan that was conducted in 2021. So I wanted to bring that to the attention of everyone. This is a long established tree that sits immediately beside the proposed addition. Mm-hmm. So maybe you can bring up that image on my appendix that I submitted. So right there, yes. Mm-hmm. So this tree here sits right close to the property line. Mm-hmm. And if you can see by the picture and the photo 1 and photo 2, the aerial photo, you can see the size and scale of this tree. And that's one of my main concerns here is that we have not seen evidence demonstrating why the addition cannot be reasonably redesigned to preserve the tree, or that alternative designs have not been fully explored. And I would direct the committee to that survey and photos 1, 2, and 6. The submitted survey itself does not identify this mature tree. Mm-hmm. So second, the massing beside our duplex. So 1820 Survington is a fully occupied legal duplex, like I said, and the principal living spaces of both the upper and lower units directly face the proposed addition. So these are the first image that you're seeing there is the image showing the tree right close to the property line in the proximity to the rear and side yards. Mm. And 4 and 5 show the existing condition from within the upper and lower duplexes, and just showing what that mass would look like, and what the future would hold for these tenants that have have been living there for a while. So the proposal also reduces the side yard separation adjacent our property from approximately 2.56 meters to 1.9. That combined with, in the second point of the chapter bylaw, taking the lot, which is going to, it's already close, and it's going to take it back to 0.59 setback from the back of the property. So combined with the loss of the mature tree, this would substantially reduce the openness and separation concurrently experienced by both households.
Oh, okay. So, thank you.
We ask the committee to consider the combined effect of these impacts, not each variance in isolation. So, and then third and final point is just regarding the cumulative impact. So our duplex is also immediately adjacent to the proposed redevelopment of 16 Survington, which is on the other side of 1820 Survington. So where construction involves a shared driveway that provides access to 4 parking spots and pedestrian way. So if both projects overlap, our tenants could effectively be living between 2 active construction sites. So I haven't seen the arborist. It wasn't posted when I looked, but I would ask that we, the committee, looks at that updated arborist report and make sure that there's a tree preservation plan being required, and demonstrating why preservation is not feasible and what design alternatives have been considered.
Okay. And thank you. Any question to this speaker? No. Thank you. Yeah. Do we have more speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's all the speakers for this file.
Finished.
Yes.
The speakers. So yes, we get back to the agent. You heard about the concern about what particular one tree?
Yep.
Yeah.
So first of all, I'll speak to the tree not being shown on the survey. That was before my time being involved with this application and development. The first thing I did, I told the owner if I was going to be involved, the first thing we needed was an arborist report because I noticed myself that there was a tree missing on the survey.
Yeah.
And I agree, it is fairly close to the lot line. So we did that, and we submitted the arborist report, the tree replacement plan, the tree preservation plan to Forestry, Toronto Forestry, Urban Forestry, I think it's called. And as I understand it, as of last night, there were still no staff comments. That usually tells me there's no concern. I will speak to looking at options for preservation. Unfortunately, my conclusion as a civil engineer is that even that structure that's currently there has probably been impacted by this tree. So anything we do in that corner, even if we leave it with the same perimeter that it currently exists, it means excavation and it means danger and impacting the tree. So I've explained it to the homeowner that they could try to cut back the branches, but that starts looking like a funny tree, and it may actually tumble over with the weight being all on the side of the neighbor. I'm sorry, the owner that I didn't catch the name that submitted the objection. The picture showed that half of the tree branches are actually on their property. And I'm surprised that nobody's ever complained about those branches, but anyway. The other thing I want to mention that I should have done earlier is that I actually walked the neighborhood to talk to the various neighbors. In this case, because it's rented, I actually ended up speaking only with one of the renters. Unfortunately, it's just a combination of who's home, who's not home. And it's the renter that lives on the main floor. And there was no concerns about, he understood the proposed concept, and there was no concerns from that particular neighbor. And also, if you look at the original, I'm sorry, it's back up, and you look at the alignment of the proposed development, it's not any further forward than number 1618, where the complaint is originating. So I don't understand the impact of the massing on this neighbor. I think there was a mention about the 0.5 meter setback. That's to the west, and I don't see how that impacts 18 or 16 to the north. As far as the cumulative impacts go, I think that's one of the tests you obviously have to consider, but it's my conclusion that what we're asking is it fits within the minor category. I'd like to also submit, for the purposes of getting the record straight, that I heard and I read the objection letter, and I heard it from the presenter, that this is a duplex. I may have it wrong, but it's a duplex with a basement apartment. So I would like the record to show that it's not just two units that are next door, there's actually 3 units.
Okay, I see.
Okay, and again, I've talked to the neighbors and there was no concerns with the renters living in the building. And I think, from the point of view of feasibility of preserving, again, I think it's very important. We're talking about this one tree, but there's also this second tree where currently the current owners cannot use the backyard. The trees are just everywhere. So we're removing one tree, which is right in front of the proposed rear door to the kitchen, where they can at least sit down a little bit in the backyard without being under a tree. So I think that we have proposed a tree replacement plan. We have not heard back from urban forestry, but I think not hearing back is a positive sign, and I'll stop there. And I'm ready to take any questions from committee members.
Thank you. Yeah, any question to the, please, yeah, go on.
Just one quick one. From my reading of the diagrams and the plans that have been submitted, it looks like the extension, the proposed bill, is primarily built on the existing footprint of the existing structure. Doesn't look like it's
Simple answer is yes.
Yes. And the tree in question that the neighbor talked about is in the furthest corner of the property from what I can see on Google.
It's right in line with the proposed east wall, which is the front by definition, and it's in line between the two properties, which is the one that's complaining or objecting, sorry. Yes, so it's in that, oh, and by the way, we are proposing a replacement tree to go roughly in that area, and I'm not a tree expert, so I have to make notes. The current tree is a Norway spruce.
Oh, spruce.
And we are proposing to go with a Redmond linden tree, which they tell me it's a much nicer tree, but more importantly, it's a faster growing tree. And it's a fair size. We're starting with a 50 mil.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? So we do not have any more questions. Now we're in committee. Yeah. Want to start? Oh, please, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. When I looked at this application, I think a couple of things. There are 5 variances, but each of the variances are generally small in nature. I think this also speaks to the specific site, the context. And one of the things when it came to the concerns about the tree, I looked for urban forestry's reaction, and urban forestry does not have any concerns.
Yeah, they just impose.
Haven't flagged anything.
Yeah, forestry 2 condition.
Yeah. So I do not see a problem with this application at all. I think it's quite a reasonable one.
Yes.
And given the location and the shape of the lot, etc., it's appropriate development. So I'd be very happy to support. I'll be supporting it and happy to move a motion if.
You can propose a motion, and then we can still receive some comments from whoever wants to.
Sure, I will. I would move a motion to approve with just forestry 2, I believe, which is the only condition attached.
And
I'm happy to second. I don't really have any additional comments.
No. I can support it too, but the additional comment is that only variance number 2 looks like a drastic decrease, except that it is a triangle site, and that's triggered the very small setback. But the other side probably satisfy the 7.5 meter setback. Okay, we have a second, and forestry condition 2, all in favor? It's approved unanimously with condition, forestry condition. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I make a comment overall?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to express my thanks to the staff in the city, both the committee, the planners. I mean, it's been amazing. I know you're under a lot of pressure, so thank you very much.
Oh, that's a compliment. We will gladly receive that. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, the last item this session is 97 Alberta Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a closed front porch with stairs, and which going to be a mudroom. And we have a survey site plans, 4 plans elevations, 2 photographs, cover letter, and presentation material from the agent. We also receive from 99 Alberta's Avenue in support of the application. So we are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this file.
Good. So we.
Noam, you've been unmuted?
Hi, yes, this is Noam Hazan.
Hi.
My office is located at 2770 Duffin Street, Unit 213A, and I am the applicant on behalf of the homeowner and the architect.
Yes, Mr. Hassan, since your application has no oppositions and you actually have a support, we do not need a representation from you. And that's, let me check whether they have questions. And we don't seem to even have questions. So we are ready to make a decision on this or discuss at least. But do you have anything particularly you want to address the panel before we make the decision?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, just very quickly, the application aligns with a lot of similar projects in the neighborhood. It seems to be, it meets the 4 tests and is a very minor application and doesn't really have any significant impact on the visuals and massing of the site. In essence, in summary, we're just enclosing the front porch to make way for a mudroom for the family. But just to give you the overall summary. I also want to just add one other thing. The third variance, which seems to be a landscape trigger, we're not actually changing anything on the exterior. So I don't know if it's just triggered based on the fact that we are applying this and then it's recalculated, but we haven't made no changes to the front yard landscaping.
Yeah, it's an existing condition. Sometimes a lot of existing condition will trigger variances. You can't do anything about that. Yeah. Okay.
Noted. Okay.
Okay, now
I'll try and let you go as well.
Yes.
So I won't keep you any longer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are ready to discuss this. We are in committee now. Yeah, please, Ms. Crawford, please. Yeah.
Unless we have discussion, I can move a motion.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll move a motion to approve the application. It's a very simple one. They're enclosing their front porch for a mudroom. There's no new footprint. It's more functional use of space. There's comparables in the area, and it's got neighbor support. And the front yard landscaping is an existing condition, so I move to approve.
Good and very detailed comment. Thank you very much. Yes, very detailed. Yeah, Philip, second, and all in favor to approve. Unanimously approved. Thank you. Yeah. Now it ends the morning session in the afternoon, 3:33. And what time we should come back?
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll resume at 4:30.
4:30?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. So.
But I think it was the 3 of us here last week with the day that was supposed to be really